no space.
Recording in progress.
Good morning. I will now call to order the Napa County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, June 13th. Roll call, please.
Vice Chair Gallagher? Here. Supervisor Cottrell?
Here.
Supervisor Pedrosa?
Here.
Supervisor Gregory?
Here.
Chair Ramos?
Here. And this morning I will ask our interim CEO, David Morrison, to lead us in the pledge.
To the flag. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This morning, we do not have any minutes for approval. We do not have any presentations or commendations. Do we have any department head reports or announcements, Mr. CEO?
No.
Thank you. For consent items for special districts, we have two matters before us, 6A and 6B. Are there any questions from the board? See none, I'll open public comment on 6A and 6B. Seeing none, I'll close public comment, bring it back to the board for discussion and decision.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Gregory, second by Supervisor Pedrosa. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. For our consent items before us today, we have items 7A through Y. We almost made it through the entire alphabet. Any questions from the board? Seeing none, I'll open public comment on the consent items before the board, 7A through Y. Seeing none, I'll close public comment, bring it back to the board for discussion and decision.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Cottrell, second by Supervisor Pedrosa. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Oh, opposed? Motion passes unanimously. At this time, we will have public comment. And just to give a little situational awareness for today, we will be welcoming our new CEO, Ryan Alsop, at 9:15 precisely. So we'll move through the agenda, and if we need to take an awkward pause, we will, so that we can stay on track for that. At this time, I will open public comment. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes on matters not on the agenda but within the board's jurisdiction. Is there any public comment this morning? Please proceed to the podium. Right back there behind you, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you and welcome.
I apologize for not being able to be here yesterday. What was the issue with $10 million or $3 million for fire prevention? How was that settled briefly?
For public comment, we're not able to respond to you. So any questions or comments you want to make, you can make to the board, and then I will ask one of our staff that will be able to respond at the conclusion of public comment.
All right. The point I was going to make is the issue relative to property taxes in Napa County. According to the assessor's office, the assessed value of Napa property is about $50 billion, and the median tax rate is 0.6%, providing $300 million of property taxes from Napa County. And I was going to inquire about how that $300 million of property taxes is used to help fire prevention. Moreover, all of us have seen what's going on the East Coast with the smoke damage from Canadian fires. And fire damage is critical, but smoke damage can be more critical as it affects everybody and can't even be prevented. So I wanted to go on the record with you to say any dollar that's spent to prevent fires, whether it's $3 million or $10 million, it's never going to be enough. There are 4 billion trees in the state of California. And the damage that has been done by the fires, even I live up on Mount Veeder, trees are still damaged from 2017. And they're 3 miles from our home. They haven't been addressed, and they're kindling. So between the ground cover and the risk of future fires, any additional funds that can be allocated from property taxes or any other taxes would be worthwhile to consider and approve. Thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Any other public comment? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. And Mr. CEO, would
Yes.
you please summarize the board's recommended action yesterday regarding Firewise?
Certainly. The board spent 3 hours yesterday discussing how the general fund and property taxes will be spent to meet a variety of social needs. With regards to Firewise, the board approved a $6 million allocation towards Firewise. That represented a more than 10% increase over prior years of funding, in addition to $4 million in other fire prevention services, and so for a total of $10 million, but $6 million towards Firewise was approved yesterday.
Thank you so much. And so as I am looking at where we sit at 4 minutes to go on the matter that we have before us, having made it through public comment and everything else, I think the only one that we could probably squeeze in this time would be 11B, Mr. CEO. Would you agree with that?
I believe that's a very quick item.
Okay, if we could take 11B at this time. Assistant CEO Craig.
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. I am bringing before you a recommendation to decline a builder's risk earthquake insurance policy totaling approximately $525,000 plus additional fees that would run for the remainder of the construction period on the replacement jail through December 2024, and seek board's direction.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board on this matter? This is for the replacement jail. Ms. Craig, in the event that there is an earthquake,
Yes.
what plans do we have?
We would then be reliant on our first dollar, because we do have reserves of $500,000 on our own regardless. And then secondly, we would be dependent on FEMA for any additional expenses.
Through the public assistance category of FEMA.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lederer, anything to add on this?
Steve Lederer, Public Works Director. I'll start by saying I'm supportive of Assistant CEO Craig's recommendation. I did want to mention that the first bricks were coming out of the ground just a couple days ago on the jail, so we're starting vertical construction out there. I will note it's a single-story structure, and the insurance that's being proposed is for really a very short period of time, and I think probably not a worthwhile investment. But we're on time, on budget, and like I said, the building started to come out of the ground. So I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you. Seeing no questions from the board, I'll open public comment on 11B, which is to decline builder's risk earthquake insurance on the replacement corrections facility. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, I'll close public comment, bring it back to the board for discussion and decision.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Gregory, second by Supervisor Cottrell. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. What I will ask, I'll go through a couple of items right now on the back end. Do we have any legislative items from our legislative committee?
No.
Okay. And do we have any county executive officer reports and announcements for today?
I could think of something for 2 minutes, but no.
We really only have to go for 1 minute, so I'll save that. And we do not have any closed session matters today. What I will do is we will go ahead and ask if I'll start off with any board committee reports and announcements, and you get all of 60 seconds. Is there any? Okay. We'll come back to board committee reports and announcements, and at this time, what I will do is I will introduce our Director of Human Resources, Ms. Christine Briseño, to get us started. And the other one, well, we're almost there at the 9:15 mark. And we'll go ahead and we will call item 13F. And this is a really, really momentous occasion for us as the board. And this item is the appointment of our Napa County Executive Officer. And I will recognize Ms. Briseño to introduce the item.
Good morning, Christine Briseño. Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. I'm very excited to be here this morning at the end of a very long road. We did start our recruitment for the CEO position in January, and we had both focus sessions with our department heads and employees. We had a community survey where we took input, and then we held 2 closed sessions, one for the introduction and selection of candidates and another for our interview process. And I'm very excited to say that we have selected Ryan Alsop to be our next CEO, who will begin with us on August 7th with today's approval and appointment of his contract. And with us today, we have Mr. Alsop, who would like to say a few words.
Welcome.
Thank you. Just unmuting here. I appreciate it, Madam Chairwoman, members of the board. Good morning. I'm so sorry that I couldn't be there in person. Kern County, actually, it's our board day here. We've got a couple of big agenda items, and I just wasn't able to get away personally. So I beg your pardon and appreciate your understanding that. I want to thank you for the process. You're about to vote. I'm hoping that all goes well. But I want to thank you very much for your time and attention over this process, your hospitality. Really have appreciated getting to know all of you. Christine, thank you for all of your work and your time and attention. Very much appreciated. My family and I are very much looking forward to getting up to Napa, getting settled, and I am in particular looking forward to joining you, members of the board, as well as the talented men and women of the county staff. So with that, appreciate the opportunity to speak. Again, I'm sorry I can't be with you today. Looking forward to seeing you very soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are likewise excited, and I'll reserve my comments on behalf of the board after we go ahead and take this now very presumptuous vote. What I will first ask the board, any questions that you have? See none. I will open public comment. This is the approval of the County Executive Officer position for a 3-year term, August 7th, 2023 through August 6th, 2026. This hiring is pursuant to Government Code Section 24000T and the Napa County Code Section 2.08. We do have all compensation listed within the contract as is required by law. And at this time, I will open public comment. Is there any public comment on this matter? Seeing none, I'll close public comment, and I will bring it back to the board for decision.
I'll move approval.
Second.
We have the 2 Gs showing up. We have a motion by Supervisor Gallagher and a second by Supervisor Gregory. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, Ryan. Congratulations to us, the board, and to our staff. We are incredibly excited to have you join us at the helm. I do want to say for those members of the public and to you, Ryan, this was a unanimous decision for this board. We felt that you bring the values, the skill set, And the motivation to be able to move this organization forward in the way that we hope, which embraces our agricultural heritage, which looks to, we will look to your fiscal acumen to keep us on track. We have always been a fiscally sustainable organization, and we value that. We know that people look to Napa not just as a beacon in the agricultural community, but as for governmental excellence. And we look forward to you joining us. We are all anxious to see what district you decide to reside in. And we do have secret competitions here. We will welcome you, your family, with open arms, and we thank you. We extend our gratitude to your Board of Supervisors, the Kern County Board of Supervisors, because our congratulations is certainly their sorrow in your departure, and we look forward to you being a member of Team Napa County. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Supervisor Pedroza.
Thank you, Chair, and Ryan, welcome aboard. You know, this is an incredible county. We've been through so much. We've been tested in ways that we never could have imagined, but what always rings true is the human capital, the people of this institution. So I'm very proud to have you be part of the leadership here, but just know you're inheriting a very talented team. And to that point, I do want to thank Director Morrison. Not many people step up in a moment when this county needed someone to step up, and Director Morrison did a tremendous job. And I think it just highlights the attributes of this county, of our employees, that they're willing to do the right thing, even in the hardest moments. So while this is an acknowledging a change in transition, I think it's also important to acknowledge those that have given so much. So Director Morrison, thank you for your service, what you've done to stabilize this county in a time when we needed that leadership. You've done a fine job, so thank you, Director Morrison.
Supervisor Gregory.
Yeah, and shout out for Assistant CEO Becky Craig, who stepped up similarly. I know, I've got you. We're tag team. So I don't look forward to CSAC this year and to confront your former bosses. It's going to be tough. I might just avoid them the whole conference. But welcome aboard. I just a shout out for our staff. This was a amazingly successful recruitment. We weren't sure what we were getting into at this time we're in. But we got an amazing list of qualified candidates to choose from, and we got Mr. Alsop of the highest caliber to be interested to come to Napa. He was interviewing us as much as we were interviewing him, and it's a reflection, I think, on the strength of Napa County, and it's somewhere people want to be, to where we can recruit and attract somebody like Mr. Alsop. So can't wait for you to join us. We'll see you soon.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you. I first of all just wanted to say welcome, Ryan. We're thrilled to have you joining the team, as you've heard from other board members. And to echo Supervisor Pedroza's comments, thank you so much to Interim Director Morrison. I think you provided continuity, stability, and a sense of calm in a time when it was sorely needed. So thank you very much for stepping up. And also to Ms. Craig, I think that you helped us arrive at the end of a successful process. And the other thing I just wanted to comment on, Supervisor Gregory mentioned what a qualified field of candidates we had. But just as Chair Ramos said, that this was a unanimous choice by the board, it was also a unanimous choice by department heads, which I think speaks very highly, both of Mr. Alsop, but also this process that where we were all working together. So again, thank you, Ms. Briseño, for bringing us, and also for Maria Hurtado, who shepherded us through the process as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you. Welcome, Ryan. Or you and Supervisor Gregory are going to have to figure something out there with the two Ryans.
New G and OG.
Something. But we're looking forward to having you here. Really wonderful interview process. And I want to thank Christine for all the work that she did. And I also really want to thank County Council. Cheryl, thank you so much. You were really instrumental in this hiring lot of thanks to you as well. And also, thank you so much, David and Becky, for holding the ship together and actually, moving it, sailing it as well. You were both, great examples of the great staff that we have throughout the county, and we owe you a lot for helping us to get through a time of uncertainty, 2 new supervisors, a lot of new people and new things happening, and you've really helped us to adapt and to learn what we need to know going forward. So thank you, everybody. And Ryan, we're really excited to see you.
Same here, Supervisor. Thank you.
Well, that does conclude our item. As you heard, Ryan, you are joining a wonderful team, people who have shepherded us for the last 11 months in this county to arrive at this point. And we look forward to the team building that you will bring here to Napa County, and we'll see what your next budget looks like. We've got to turn to the last few items before us of our special districts. And again, welcome. We look forward to seeing you here at the county on August 7th.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Now, at this time, we will go ahead and we will start on our public hearings for special districts. We will call them in order at this time. The first one will be the Napa County Groundwater Sustainability Agency. The interim director of Planning, Building, and Environmental Services and the auditor controller request the following items pertaining to the fiscal year 23-24 Groundwater Sustainability Agency. And we have 2 matters before us at this time. I will open the public hearing.
Good morning, Chair Ramos, members of the Governing Board, Michael Parker, Senior Management Analyst with the County Executive Office. The recommended budget for the Napa County Groundwater Sustainability Agency can be found on page 423 of your recommended book. You established the agency in 2019 to sustainably manage the groundwater for the Napa Valley Subbasin in accordance with the Sustainability Groundwater Management Act. Since the Napa Valley Subbasin has been designated a high-priority groundwater basin, it is required to develop and implement a groundwater sustainability plan, which you previously adopted in fiscal year 21-22. This budget provides funding for the implementation of that plan. Staff is requesting tentative approval of fiscal year 23-24 appropriations in the amount of $1,160,139 and ask that you continue the public hearing to Tuesday, June 27th. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have regarding this ask.
Do we have any questions at this time from the board? So, Mr. Parker, just looking at this, my one question would be, as this is a contribution into this fund, it is not generating its own funds. Could you speak a little bit about what comes next in terms of finding a sustainable funding source for the Groundwater Sustainability Agency?
Sure. So staff is continuing to look at various funding options in the form of grants, primarily through the state and the Department of Water Resources. After assembling the budget, staff had was notified that a grant that they had anticipated receiving in the amount of $8.8 million from DWR was denied. Staff was planning on returning to the board in summer to hopefully recognize that award, but that's not going to happen. So we are continuing to look at other opportunities for funding, and will likely return to the board to ask for general fund contribution in the absence of other grant funding.
The groundwater staff is also completing a study on providing the board with options as requested by the board last year on how to fund the GSA into the future. This would be various alternatives regarding either a groundwater use tax or a parcel tax within the GSA area. And that will be coming to your board either later this month or next month with options. And then depending on the board's direction at that point, if the board wants to pursue fees to help make the GSA more self-supporting, then a second study would be conducted in order to calculate what the amount of proposed fees would be and provide additional options to the board at that time.
Thank you. Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you, Chair Ramos, and thank you, Mr. Parker and Mr. Morrison, for that update. I think it sounds like that is already going to be coming back to us, but I would suggest we add this to the parking lot because it is a funding item that we want to be thinking about in the context of other funding items. So something else to add to that list, please.
Supervisor Gregory.
Yeah, I didn't realize the parking lot was back open. Apparently it is.
There's available spots.
So you just describe the source of the other finance source that's the bulk of the funding for this fiscal year.
So the bulk for the coming fiscal year is a contribution from the general fund.
Okay, got it. And in the total going forward per year to run the GSA is a couple $1 million, do we expect? Yeah. So we talked a lot yesterday about sustainable funding for wildfire prevention work. This is yet another, and it's what Supervisor Cottrell just said, is another area we've got to develop a sustainable funding source for. So a lot of work ahead.
Yeah, so staff will continue looking at alternative funding sources, largely in the form of grants, and we will keep the members of the governing board apprised to those opportunities when they present.
Yeah, at some point the parking lot will be full and the CO's office is going to put a gate down or a guard or something at the parking lot.
Until such time. Seeing no other questions from the board, I will open public comment. Public comment, this is limited to the budget of the Napa County Groundwater Sustainability Agency. Seeing none, I'll close public comment and I will bring it back to the board. What we are looking for is an intent to adopt with a budget appropriation of $1.160139 into the GSA and to continue this hearing to June 27th at 9 a.m.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Cottrell, second by Supervisor Gregory. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Our next item for consideration, I will now call to order the Napa County Housing Authority, and we have we're on 12s. 12B, the interim county executive officer and auditor controller requests the following pertaining to fiscal year 23-24 for the Napa County Housing Authority budget. And I am going to open the public hearing and recognize our deputy CEO to walk us through the entire item. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair Ramos and members of the Board of Supervisors, Deputy CEO John Buzlowicz for administration. The item before you is specific to the Napa County Housing Authority. The Napa County Housing Authority owns and manages 3 farm worker centers for single male workers. The centers provide dorm-style accommodations and meals for up to 180 workers. On-site management is provided through a contract with...
Pardon me. We're a little lost here. So at page 436 for my colleagues in the book.
Budget book for,
yes,
page 436.
We have a lot of back and forth, so that would be helpful. Thank you.
My apologies. On-site management is provided through a contract with a nonprofit organization with experience working with the farm worker community. Each center operates with a site manager, a cook, and an assistant cook. One staff services analyst supports all 3 centers. Center operations are monitored by the Napa County Housing Commission, an advisory board to the Housing Authority. The Napa County Board of Supervisors functions as the Napa County Housing Authority Board. So the recommendations before you are to tentatively approve recommended budget for Fund 5060 of appropriations of $2,146,480, comprised of 2 budget units. Division 506 is the administration portion with appropriations of $359,000. And Division 50605 is the farm worker centers themselves, operations, with appropriations of $1,787,480. And then Part 2 would be to continue for consideration to the June 27, 2023 meeting.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the board? Seeing none, I will open public comment. This is public comment on the Napa County Housing Authority, item 12B. Seeing none, I'll close public comment and I'll bring it back to the board. What is being requested of us at this time is to have a total appropriation of $2,146,480 for the two budgets as listed in the agenda item of administration and operations for the farm worker centers, and to continue this item to June 27th at 9 a.m.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Cottrell, second by Supervisor Gregory. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. This matter is continued. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you sticking here? Are you sitting in the chair?
With your permission, I will stay here.
Okay. Okay. Well, it's good. It'll be warm. Next, I will call to order the In-Home Support Services Public Authority for Napa County. The In-Home Support Services Public Authority and the Auditor Controller request the following pertaining to fiscal year 23-24 for the In-Home Support Services Public Authority budget. I will now again recognize our Deputy CEO, Buslick, for introducing this matter.
Okay, good morning again. And this item for In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority begins on page 421 of the budget book. The In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority for Napa County was established pursuant to state mandate to act as the employer of record for providers of in-home supportive services. The public authority maintains a registry of providers and trains IHSS recipients and providers. The public authority works closely with the Napa County Health and Human Services Agency to improve the IHSS program for recipients and providers. The item before you recommended appropriations of $1,431,628 and to continue for final consideration to the June 27, 2023 meeting. I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I do have a question as to the general fund contribution has stayed exactly the same. Can you explain why?
Looking at the history of this, the general fund contribution seems to have remained flat over the years as kind of a foundational support mechanism. The timing of funds specific to the public authority has a high degree of variability in terms of the arrival of the funds doesn't necessarily correspond with the timing of the expenditures. So there is kind of an ebb and flow type effect of this, where the authority can use fund balance if there is any from one year to the next, but in some cases there could be a negative fund balance, which is not desirable. So the goal is to maintain a flat, essentially zero fund balance year over year.
Okay, and I do see this is another area where our expenses exceed our revenue, and certainly we understand, given the history of the MOUs that we've had with in-home support services and the requirements of the state for mandatory increases and decisions that this board has made. I think that this is one where I think we really do need to look at. I appreciate the available fund balance of needing to be zero as we're trying to really make things balance out. But I think we also need to, again, look at this is another fund where there is a general fund contribution, and looking at whether we're going to need to plan for further increases in the future, because that that delta somehow always seems to be there at the same amount, but it looks like it needs some attention from us. That would be my only comment. Any questions or comments from the board? See none, I will open public comment. This is public comment on the In-Home Support Services Public Authority of Napa County. See none, I'll close public comment and I'll bring it back to the board. Before us is the appropriations of $1,431,628 and a continuation of this hearing with an intent to adopt on June 27th at 9 a.m.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Gregory, second by Supervisor Cottrell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next item for consideration is item 12D, the Lake Berryessa Resort Improvement District. We will call that meeting to order. And the district engineer and auditor controller request the following pertaining to Lake Berryessa Resort Improvement District and its recommended budgets. I'm going to turn it over to our assistant CEO, Ms. Craig, to introduce 1, A, B, 2, and 3.
Thank you. This is Fund Lake Berryessa Resort Improvement District. It starts on page 439 in your Special Districts tab. We are asking for multiple consideration today regarding the 2023-2024 T1 special tax, that we accept the district engineer's report for fiscal year 2023-24 and also confirm that the automatic annual 4% increase in the T1 special tax shall result in a T1 tax amount of $1,146 per parcel during the upcoming fiscal year. Next, we ask for the public hearing to be opened for Fund 5220 with 3 divisions. Division 52200 with a requested appropriation of $1,312,641. Division 52205 of $0, and Division 52210 for an appropriation request of $227,923 for total appropriations for Fund 5220 Lake Berryessa Resort Improvement District of $1,540,564, and then to continue this public hearing to June 27th with tentative approval of the requested budget.
Thank you. I will open the public hearing. I do have just a recommendation, I would say, on page 442. When we look at the project status and those projects that are currently in progress, I think it would be helpful to have some numbers assigned to those projects so that we can know in the grand scheme of things where we sit at financially with those projects underway. Any questions from the board? Seeing none at this time, I will open public comment. Public comment is for the Lake Berryessa Resort Improvement District and its budget and the confirmation of the automatic annual 4% increase in the T1 special tax. Seeing none, I will close public comment and I will bring it back to the board for the recommended actions of accepting the district engineer's report for the fiscal year, confirming the automatic annual 4% increase. Let me first ask County Council, may I do all these in one rolled together motion?
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you. Confirming the automatic annual 4% increase in the T1 special tax for fiscal year 23-24. That will result in an annual T1 tax amount of $1,146 per parcel during the next fiscal year. And the appropriations for the funds listed in the agenda item for Fund 52-200 at $1,312,641 for Division 52-205, $0 for Division 52-210, $227,923, and for the appropriation fund of 5220, $1,540,564, and to continue this matter with an intent to adopt June 27th at 9 a.m.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Gregory, second by Supervisor Cottrell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next, we will move on to the Monticello Public Cemetery District. This is item 12E. The district manager and auditor controller request the following pertaining to the fiscal year 23-24 for the Monticello Public Cemetery District. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing and allow Ms. Craig to introduce the two requested items from us.
Thank you. The Monticello Public Cemetery District budget is found on page 431. And at this time, we are requesting tentative approval of the total appropriations of $54,914 in Division 28,600 and appropriations of $12,000 in Division 28,610, which is the endowment, and to continue this for tentative approval on June 27th, 2023.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the board? Seeing none, I will open public comment on the Monticello Public Cemetery District. This is for the recommended appropriation for the Monticello Public Cemetery District. Any public comment? Seeing none, I'll close public comment and I'll bring it back to the board. What is requested of us is a recommended budget with total appropriations of $54,914 into Division 28,600 and an appropriation of $12,000 into Division 28,610, and to continue this matter to June 27th at 9 a.m. with an intent to adopt.
So moved.
We have a motion by Supervisor Gregory, second by Supervisor Pedrosa. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. At this time, what I will do is I'll go ahead and I will take items 12F and G next, and then we will we will move over to item 13G, which is our fire season update. So at this time, I will call to order the Napa Berryessa Resort Improvement District. The district engineer and auditor controller requests the following actions pertaining to the fiscal year 23-24 Napa Berryessa Resort Improvement District budget. I will open the public hearing, turn it over to Ms. Craig for introduction of the two items being requested of us.
Thank you. The Napa Berryessa Resort Improvement District recommended budget can be found starting on page 444 in your budget book. And we are requesting at this time total appropriations in Fund 5240 with Division 52400 of $2,969,242, Division 52405 of $0, and Division 52410 of $160,194, for a total appropriations in Fund 5240 of $3,129,436, and for tentative approval with reconsideration continued to June 27th, 2023.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the board? Supervisor Gregory.
Yeah, page 447. So we're showing revenue of 112,000, yet no appropriation. Can you explain that?
Capital 112.
I believe that's for the depreciation reserve that we have to set aside as part of the USDA loan term.
It is an accounting mechanism, which appears to be a transfer from one of the other divisions to meet the depreciation reserve.
Where would the depreciation reserve then show up?
As a asset.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's for short-lived.
Mr. Silk, if you could take a microphone, please join the party. Green light on the microphone. Thank you.
You bet. Chris Silk, District Engineer. Sorry for my appearance. I'm going to the A's Rays game later.
Congratulations.
You're welcome to join me if you've got a hat and jeans in the locker room out back. So anyhow, yes, that's part of our USDA loan term, we do have to have set aside for short-lived fixed assets, to which we have $112,000 each year. That goes into a fund, and then we come back to the board and we seek appropriations to replace equipment, process components, update our instrumentation.
Okay, thank you.
I do, in seeing that consistency from last year to this year and that it is going into fund balance, I think that would be a great thing to add into the narrative, so that we can understand that accounting swing and mechanism tied to the USDA loan. Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll open public comment. This is public comment on the Berryessa Resort Improvement District and its budget as presented by staff. Any public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment and I'll bring it back to the board. Recommended action is for approval, intent to adopt of appropriations for funds 5240, Division 52,400 at 2.969,242, at Division 52,405 for 0, at Division 52,410 for 160,194, and for total appropriations in Fund 5240 of $3,129,436, with an intent to adopt this budget and to continue this hearing to June 27th at 9 a.m.
So moved.
We have a motion by Supervisor Gallagher and second by Supervisor Pedroza. Sorry, Director Gallagher and Director Pedroza. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Silk, for that clarification. Next, I will call to order the Silverado Community Services District. The district manager and auditor controller request the following pertaining to fiscal year 23-24 for the Silverado Community Services District and its recommended budget. I will open the public hearing and turn it over to staff.
Thank you. The Silverado Community Services District budget can be found on page 430 of your budget book. And at this time, we are asking for consideration of total appropriations of $205,955 in Fund 2850, Division 28,500, and for tentative approval before continuation of this to June 27th.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Seeing none, I will open public comment. Public comment is open for the Silverado Community Services District. Its public hearing regarding its recommended budget. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, I'll close public comment and I'll bring it back to the district directors. What is being requested of us is total appropriations of $205,955 and intent to adopt this budget and continuing this budget hearing to June 27th at 9 a.m.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Pedroza, second by Supervisor Gregory. Directors Pedroza and Gregory. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Chair Ramos, can I add a question or comment
Yes,
on this one?
absolutely.
Just seeing in the narrative this point that a group of residents is approaching LAFCO for permission to add wildfire mitigation as a latent power to the services that the district provides. I would love for the board, the district, to get an update on that process, because we want to make sure we're all collaborating and understanding where different efforts are happening.
Great parking lot item. Okay, we are going to take a break from budget, and I will now invite up our Deputy County Fire Chief to provide us a update on measures taken to prepare for our current fire season, and he will be requesting direction and possible action from the board. Chief Martin.
Good morning, Chair Ramos, board members. Thank you for having me. I'm going to make this brief. I know that it's been a busy week so far, being Tuesday. It feels like it should be a Friday. I did want to provide an update on our fire season, what we're doing, what we're looking at, how the current conditions are, message out to the public too, and what they can do, et cetera, et cetera. So I have my presentation up. I just want to kind of give a brief summer update. With the weather, everybody can see outside that it's still wet and rainy. Winter seems to continue, which is a really good thing for us. It's also a bad thing because it's produced a lot of grass. Through the presentation, I'll show just a few things, but I just kind of want to make a reminder that this is a really good time for everybody to take advantage of these cooler temperatures, to get out and cut their grass in and around their structures, and take advantage of our chipping program. So first, let's talk about the chipping program. Next slide, please. You got me. Okay, so for the chipper, we've been incredibly busy. We had this crazy winter that brought down a lot of trees and branches and what have you. And so we have had about 401 requests for service that we have completed. We're only able to do this through cooperation with CAL FIRE. We've been able to leverage Fuels 49 crew to deploy out into the Angwin area, which was impacted tremendously. So with that, we've been able to fill these requests. At this point, we've chipped 36,389 cubic yards. So we're about double what we were last year at this time. And we continue to ask that people go through the process, put in the request for chipping, take advantage of this cooler weather. If they hadn't taken care of their heavier materials, get them cut and stacked, put in the request, and we're more than happy to come out and get those chipped. Next slide, please. Okay, we got to jump on our defensible space inspections. Again, we're still on that plan that we want to try to have 100% of the county covered on a 3-year cycle. So we started our defensible space inspections early. We had a couple of targeted areas, which was Madrone Knolls, Fawn Park, Tucker Acres, and then we're working with the Adventist Health Hospital and in St. Helena to strategize with their defensible space in and around all of their structures. And again, this is kind of one of those things too where we find that getting out into the community, providing that first level of education and the how-to and some of the consulting, we are leveraging that, and there's a lot of willing participants, which helps us in fire suppression on the backside, and also reduces our loss in the event that we have a fire. Next slide, please. All right, Firewise, which was a big subject. I understand with NCFF and our Firewise community councils, we are still working incredibly close with them. The success that we're having with the programs is phenomenal. We finished up the Wall Road shaded fuel break, 2.2 miles. That was started throughout the winter. The Dry Creek roadside shaded fuel break has also been completed. Then we went up through Whitehall Lane, the roadside shaded fuel break along Whitehall Lane. And then we had to go again with the winter storms. Circle Oaks was directly impacted, so we reopened Circle Oaks and went through for the perimeter fuel break, which is part of the chipping numbers that we saw today too. But that was a huge effort to do that. We deployed goats in Pritchard Hill, and working on a Spring Mountain goat grazing project with 500 goats and sheep. So it's really nice to see that we're bringing the goats back. They are a very effective tool for our community. They're environmentally sound, and I hope to see that continue in the future. Then we were asked last time about events and education for our communities. So next slide, please. So we participated in both of the emergency preparedness resource fairs, one in Napa and the other one up in St. Helena. And it's a really good opportunity. Actually, it was really nice to see the turnout at both of these events and the questions that are being asked from the community. And one of the things with that, it gives us direction on where we need to target our messaging and or we need to put our efforts. So those were both well received, and we had engine companies come out to both of those so people could ask pertinent questions to their individual needs and or about our process. We also participated in the Coombsville Wild Horse Valley Fire Safe Council event, which was well attended, and participated and spoke to the event along with Supervisor Ramos. So again, that's really showing us that the community is involved, as we saw yesterday, but not only are they involved in inquiring, but they're also taking action. And so we're looking to continue that partnership with them to fill in the gaps, answer the questions, and provide the guidance that they need so that they can be successful. Next slide, please. Then, Supervisor Gallagher, you were part of this too. You also got a tour with our Firewise Community Council, NCFF, to see some of the projects that they were doing and get some more information on what their program looks like and how effective they are. And so I can see that moving forward for the future. Of course, we have to do some realignment, which we will, to ensure that we're able to capitalize on the monies that we have from the county and also the grants, and also have an effective approach at fuels mitigation. Next slide, please. We are always actively involved in training of the public, which I don't think we've ever shown a slide in regards to this, but these are some of the services that we provide throughout our community. A lot of the commercial facilities require extinguisher training, which we provide. We have an extinguisher prop. We go out and teach them fire safety, and we also are doing hands-only CPR training and AED training for them as well, which is part of our training element outreach to the public, and we've had success with that. And the AMR the hands-only CPR, I do want to make mention, this is in partnership with AMR that helps us they supply us with some dummies and what have you and some staffing. All right, next slide, please. All right, so the last one that I wanted to bring to the board is Alert California cameras. I know that this has been a very big subject within our community. There's been a lot of concerns in regards to the use of AI-style cameras and somebody monitoring and what have you. I'm happy to bring to you today that we met with the Fire Ad Hoc Committee on June 5th to introduce them to the Alert California cameras and what we're bringing here to Napa County. CAL FIRE's made a reasonable or large investment into this system, partnering with UC San Diego to develop a artificial intelligent camera system that provides nighttime or flare or LiDAR vision. We can see both at day and night. We're utilizing AI in order to identify fire and smoke. Redirects the cameras to that area, and it will alert our emergency command center on a console of a new incident, and that will fill in those needs of that oversight that we're looking for, the overwatch, if you will, of the Alert California cameras that we had before. But this is the new system that's been deployed that will provide us direct notification if the cameras pick up something. So that really is all I have. Any questions? I'm happy to answer.
Thank you. Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you for that update, Chief. That's very helpful. I'm happy to hear about the goats and the potential prevention that could be. And so I think it's just something to see, because I've heard of more people in the community raising goats and just making sure that everyone is tracking and working together on that. What I've also been hearing about is prescribed burn associations that exist in other counties, and I know there's an effort to start one here.
There is.
Which, at a recent Fire Safe Council, there is a lot of interest in figuring out how to work together and neighbors helping neighbors and educating, and I'm hoping there's a role that your team can play in helping to educate and also support. So do you plan to be attending those meetings, or how do you see yourselves interfacing there?
Yes, we have been attending all of those meetings with those organizations that are coming forward for the burning, if you will. We are giving the guidance and being that sounding board on the alignment or the organization and the requirements, and trying to assist in that to try to move that along. Because again, we support it 100% because again, it's a very valuable asset. It is dangerous. It has its hazards if done inappropriately, but that's what the burn foundations are all about, is to provide the level of information, training, the appropriate equipment, and the guidance from the professionals, which is us.
Got it. Thank you.
Supervisor Gregory.
Yeah, the Wall Road roadside clearing project, it's really impressive. There's a video out there of before, during, and after. It's a short video. It's a great watch. It's great. In fact, there's some, since a lot of that work's coming to Mount Veeder Road, Partridge Road, Dry Creek Road, Redwood Road, they're a little trepidatious, gun-shy over how PG&E approached this work. And I said, this is completely different. You know, make sure you go up and see what was done on Wall Road. And so
Yes, I've seen some of those emails and some of the concerns from the community. And again, all of the fuels projects that we do is under prescription. It's based on a study and what is the most appropriate level of fuels modification that we're going to do. And the shaded fuel break is probably the best application along the roadsides and in and around the communities, because it doesn't really change the landscape. It changes the amount of loading. That is that the amount of fuel, and so when you look at it, it looks like a park. Wall Road does look beautiful now. It's nice and open. You have good vision. There's no limbs in your way. There's no brush, and really we look for that from an operational standpoint to fight fire, because that changes the fire behavior the intensity of the fire behavior, and with that too, it looks really nice. And it looks like you're in a different area. So if you've driven Wall Road prior to this happening, you kind of like, okay, it's a narrow road, but now it looks nice, open, and airy. There's actually more light in it, etc. So the fuel modification or treatments that we'll be doing up in the Mount Veeder and Redwood area is going to be of like. It's going to be basically reducing the fuel loading by taking down the ground fuels, limbing up our trees. We're just limbing them up. So that we open up the areas and reducing that loading.
Thank you. And then a question, from your review of the shaded fuel break around Circle Oaks, it was about 2 years old now. What learnings do we have of the amount of regrowth, what frequency might want to be for these kinds of projects, of maintenance?
Yeah, so there's certain components. I mean, obviously the grass comes back each year, so that's a yearly aspect of it, and I think they are on that 3-year cycle, like we've stated before with the CWPP, that we'll get the regrowth, and we have to go back in and do some treatment. Again, it's not as intensive as the initial treatment, so it doesn't take as much time, but yeah, they're on about the 3-year growth, and in particular with a wet, rainy season like we had this year, we did have a substantial amount of green up, which also is one of those factors, but we still seem to be holding on that 3-year period.
Are you last thing on this? Are you finding that the maintenance required every 3 years, is it requiring large equipment and masticators, or is it more weed groundwork?
Well, it's not so much on the masticator side, but it is going to be chopping and lopping. There could be some ground mastication that may be needed with the skid steer, depending on the aspect, the slope, ground soils, the native vegetation that was there that was removed. I mean, there's a lot of different factors that go into that.
Thanks.
Supervisor Pedrosa.
Thank you, Chair. And Chief, just can you talk a little bit more about the Alert California?
Sure.
You know, as someone that's been very interested in technology, I've been
Yes.
true to, I've said I don't care who, I just care about the what. And you're delivering on the what. So please tell the story here.
Okay. So what questions are you looking
How
for?
big, how great it is, and is it live now?
Okay, big, great, and what can I do? Is that where we're at? Okay. I'm sorry if I skipped over that. I was trying to condense it a little bit. So it is for Napa County. I do want to highlight, too, that Napa County is one of the test models in the state for this, this program, which basically here in Napa we have 20 cameras to date. And we're looking at possibly putting additional cameras based on the shielding to try to achieve that 100% coverage of Napa County. The cameras operate at a 360 degrees, so they continuously rotate on a 2-minute interval. And the camera is a high resolution camera that during the daytime can see about 60 miles and at night can extend to 120 miles because of the density of the air during the daytime. They are outfitted with flare, so at night they see the color variations, which allows us to see the changes in temperature, and that's what the AI is picking up. The data that they're using is from UC San Diego, which is the base data for all of the camera systems that have been developed with AI. So that's the learning element that they use to teach the machines and what the difference is between a cloud, dust, or smoke. And so this is an incredible opportunity for us as a community, but also for an agency like CAL FIRE to partner with to develop this this camera system that fits the needs of the fire service. I think we spoke about emergent technologies and that there's a lot that are out there, and some of them are fantastic, but getting the data and what is usable for us to act on, it needs to fit in some particular parameters. And as we saw in the demo that we did during the ad hoc, is that we can filter the entire system. There's over 1,000 cameras statewide. We filter it out to just Napa County or the Sonoma Lake Napa unit. And the cameras, as they operate during the day, it's not just a checkerboard of screens and somebody's looking at the camera. If the camera picks up a smoke, it activates the camera. The camera sounds an alarm. It points the cameras to the fire. With how many cameras we currently have, gives us a cross section, which helps us narrow down exactly the location, which location is also one of the questions we have to ask when we get the callers, because we asked about like the 911 phone calls. And so the way they have put together the program to date was through but input from the fire service in general on the best application for AI-style cameras.
And who's going to be monitoring or getting these alerts?
So our emergency command center is currently going through the training, and that system will be up in our command center. And again, it won't be somebody looking at the screen all day long, because we're dispatching. We're well over 10,000 calls so far this year. So we do have a busy command center. But what it does is, as the camera alerts, it will sound an alarm to the consoles. That's where everybody's typing and dispatching resources. And they'll then have a vision or view of what it alerted on, make the determination if it matches that it is actually a fire or some other anomaly, and then dispatch appropriately.
Got it. So these are live now, or will be?
They'll be live in July.
Perfect. So, and I think this is so critical because yesterday we had a packed house for fire-wise and mitigation work.
We did.
Which is equally as important. But to talk about this investment that CAL FIRE is making, to have more technology to try to ID fires,
yes,
is an incredible investment. And as we all get many emails about fire, this is an important point, and the register's here, so hopefully he's writing about it, about telling the story of all the tools that are available in Napa County to keep our community safe. And this is something that's going to be institutionalized within fire service, which is where it belongs.
Yep.
So I just commend CAL FIRE for really hearing our plea of wanting to be forward thinking on fire mitigation, fire prevention. And I think you're doing just that right now. So thank you.
We are. Napa County has definitely been the first on quite a few things pertaining to fire, fuels mitigation, our projects, cameras, etc.
Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you, Chief Martin. I just wanted to highlight, I really enjoyed the tour that I went on, and I thought it was really, really important that as much as possible, I know they take a lot of time, but as much as possible, those tours being available, being able to see along the county line, one of the ridge tops, I'm not going to remember which one, Sonoma County on the right, Napa County on the left, and being able to look at a project that where really great vegetation management had been done. It was pretty much completed, and then looking to the right and seeing a lot of dead trees and a lot of brush, and helping people to really understand what a healthy forest looks like versus an unhealthy situation. So I thought that was the best example that you could possibly provide is having somebody's eyes right on that. So whatever you can do to get people's eyes on it, or do some kind of a at least pictorial campaign or something, because that is incredibly persuasive, I think, to people who maybe don't understand what it looks like to do something to create a healthy forest, and being able to mitigate and reduce those fuels, but in a way that clearly is healthy for the environment. So that was great. And then also just wanted to say that there are people that I've been speaking to are interested in having more conversations with the Air District, so I'd like to make sure that we bring you in to have those additional conversations around burning,
right.
And how the Air District is going to move forward around that, and talking about how we can promote clean burns and continue the kinds of burning we need to do.
Yeah, you bring up the Air District, which is one of the hurdles, along with most of the environmental attributes to fuels mitigation and or burning or what have you. That is a stumbling block, but yeah, I'd be happy to be part of those conversations.
Great. All right, thanks. We'll talk more offline.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, and appreciate all the comments and questions thus far. I wanted to follow up on because I really appreciate getting an update on the progress. And so I think my comment is, when you come back to us next time, I think it would be really helpful, given that we're, thinking a lot about budgets right now, to help us understand ballpark costs for if we're talking about a shaded fuel break on Wall Road. What does that initial investment look like? And then what does the maintenance piece look like? To Supervisor Gregory's point, like what is the delta between those two a little bit, and also your point that it's really variable year over year depending on whether we've had a very wet winter or a dry winter. So attaching some numbers just so we can, when we're talking about square acres or miles that we're cleaning up, what are the costs associated with it? And then following up on Supervisor Pedrosa's point, also agree that this is a wonderful investment by CAL FIRE. So can you help us understand what this is costing the county to have these cameras out and about?
It's not costing the county a dime, zero. It's part of our service. And that's part of the partnership that we have with our cooperative agreement, that we're able to leverage so many different portions of CAL FIRE. So we have not only the Alert California, but we also have our entire Intel shop. The Intel aspect is, again, the monitoring of the cameras, the fire mapping, which helps us make decisions, fuel modeling, the Technosilva system that we use in the field to determine the rate of spread and the impact of our communities, what we also call TA, which is our technical analyst, which helps us in the field determine how many people are going to be impacted by fire, and the availability to get real-time data on conditions, weather conditions, fuel modeling, et cetera, et cetera. So this is just one of those additional examples of what we get in a cooperative agreement.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I see no other questions from the board at this time. I'm going to open public comment. This is public comment on the Deputy County Fire Chief's fire season update. Seeing none, I'll close public comment. I'll say thank you. somehow we opened the parking lot for you too. So we look forward to you coming back and giving us those updates. I did want to say, on behalf of this board, we extend our condolences to the entire CAL FIRE family on behalf of Fire Captain Ronnie Boy.
We really appreciate that. Thank you for the support.
Thank you. At this time, we will take a break and we'll reconvene at 10:35.
Recording in progress.
We are now back from recess. At this time, I will call administrative item 11A. The county executive officer, the interim county executive officer requests the Board of Supervisors authorize reservation of funds for recommended child care infrastructure forgivable loan program applications and for the county executive officer or designee to approve loan agreements. With us, we have budget analyst, Mr. Daniel Sanchez.
Hi, good morning, Chair. My name is Daniel Sanchez. I'm in the CEO's office. I'm an analyst. I'm going to go briefly over the program in broad strokes, and then I'm going to go into the applicants, and there'll be opportunities for the applicants to speak. So, in May of 2021, the county received a significant amount of funds from the American Rescue Plan from the Treasury Department. The Board of Supervisors shortly thereafter identified child care as a high priority for ARPA funds. Staff worked to hire a consultant that examined the child care needs in Napa County. The consultant went out and did their work, interviewed a whole bunch of people, and found that some of the biggest needs for child care in Napa County were that, one, there were very few spots for child care in the Napa Valley. That was something of a child care desert up in the Napa Valley. And there were also few options for after normal business hours, and that there were that infant spots in particular were probably the greatest need because of staffing challenges. You need more staff for the infant spots. It's just harder to provide those infant spots. And so that's what our consultant came back with. And so staff went out and developed a program to address those needs. The program that the Board of Supervisors approved and that staff developed will provide one-time funding for one-time expenses. The idea is to increase the child care spots by addressing the issue of infrastructure. So expenses that are eligible for this program are to purchase a facility for child care, renovation costs, permitting costs, equipment costs. No ongoing expenses like staffing are allowed. And because this is a federal program, in an ARPA program, we have to abide, of course, by federal reporting standards, prevailing wage requirements, things like that. And so that was also part of the application process, and applicants were made aware of that. Applicants, as part of the program, were asked to create at least 5 total child care spots per roughly $250,000 of funding. Most applicants, which we are recommending today, are either for renovation assistance or to purchase a facility. For the purchase of a facility, they're both larger child care centers and smaller home-based centers. Home-based centers are typically where the individual lives in the house, and the license usually allows for a maximum of 14 child care spots. Some of the public outreach that we did to make sure that people were aware of this program included radio ads in both Spanish and English. We did an evening webinar, which was also translated into Spanish. And the webinar was with some of our community partners, including the CRC, Community Resources for Children, and the Solano Napa Small Business Development Center, who also attended that meeting. Staff also provided individual assistance to applicants, both in English and Spanish, helping applicants walk through the application process in both languages. The application was in Spanish as well. The agreement has also been translated into Spanish. And individual meetings with applicants and meetings with community partners, as I mentioned, particularly the Community Resources for Children, who's also in attendance today. We'd like to thank, in particular, the Solano Napa Small Business Development Center, who are also in attendance today. They were very important to really shepherd the applicants through the process. Although the application is short, thinking through expanding a major child care center, some of these are in the millions of dollars, not just our grant, but some of them are leveraging other loans as well to expand child care. It's quite the undertaking for many of them. For many of them, they would be potentially moving to a new home. And so our community partners were very, very helpful in helping to shepherd our applicants through this process. As of this morning, staff has received 30 total applications. Of those applications, 12 of them are completed. What we're recommending today are 7 proposals. Briefly on the scoring system, and then I'll introduce the applicants or discuss the applicants, but briefly on the scoring system, because our consultant noted that the biggest need particularly were in infants, and new infant spots were the application heavily weighed towards new infant spots. Every new infant spot that an applicant confirmed they would be able to provide counted for half a point. Preserved infant spots counted as well heavily, as well as new low income, preserved low income, and on the lowest amount of childcare spots were market rate preschool spots. Although those are very, very important, based on the research that our consultant did, there's relatively less. It's still an enormous need, but relative to infant, it's relatively less need. That's not to say that there are many of those. It's just relative to infant. That's where the big need is. So the scoring criteria that you see in the staff report is largely based on that of prioritizing new infant spots, as well as new low income, followed by preserved infant, preserved low income, and finally market rate preschool spots. Staff has also been accepting applications since the Board of Supervisors approved the agreement documents in April. So the application has been open for something around 2 months now, and we've processed and assisted 30 total applications. The application continues to be live. It's been a rolling application. And finally, I'm going to briefly describe each applicant. And after that, many of them are, most of them actually are here, and I believe some of them, many of them are interested in speaking to their application.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the board? No questions? Okay.
All right. I'll go through briefly the 7 applications.
Thank you.
And then there'll be opportunity for them to speak if they would like. So the top scoring application was Nature's Way by Monica McDonald. Nature's Way Montessori by Monica McDonald. It is in the city of Napa. The proposed childcare spots, the total proposed childcare spots are 80. And I could go into the detailed breakdown if you'd like, but I want to keep it a little bit higher level, and we're welcome to get in the weeds if you wish.
Let's go ahead and keep it higher level, and if the board has any questions to follow up on
Absolutely.
any particular ones, we can dive
Absolutely.
into that.
Can I
Thank
just
you.
ask for baseline, new spots? When you say spots?
It's a mixture. The 84 spots, for instance, that Nature's Way Montessori is proposing, it's a mixture of new and it's a mixture of infant spots. So it's not, it's all where it says childcare spots proposed, that is a mixture of a whole range of spots. And that's where we could get into the details if you'd like, and the applicants are welcome to go in. But
I would like that detail to have the new and
sure.
Okay, so let's go ahead and just for the applicants that are here as you're going through, if we could have delineation between what are existing spots and what are new spots as you're going through that, Mr. Sanchez.
Sure. Yes.
We'll wait.
We'll wait, okay.
In just a moment. We'll have you up in just a moment.
Okay,
Let Mr. Sanchez finish up his presentation. Thank you.
Sure. And if they, because the contract hasn't been signed, if they want to modify it, or if they want to speak differently than the numbers, these are the numbers that the latest numbers that I confirmed with the applicants as of about a week ago. So Nature's Way is proposing 30 new infant spots and 6 new low-income spots for a total of 84 spots. Nature's Way, again, is located in the city of Napa. They're proposing $1.1 million in funds from this program. The term of the term would be 10 years because we're proposing over $1 million. Anything under $1 million is the term is 5 years. Anything over $1 million, the term is for 10. And so this is the only 10-year proposal. She is proposing to purchase the facility that she is operating right now. And she's also leveraging with an outside loan as well to using our loan and an outside loan to both purchase the facility and do renovations. Our loan would be for purchasing the facility, but our loan would not be more than 50% of the total asset price. And a second loan that she's using will purchase the balance of the property and also be used for renovation on that property. And the second proposal is the Petite Elephant Nursery and Preschool. That is the California Boulevard location, or the proposal is in the California Boulevard location. This is a new proposal. It's by Millie, and I hesitate to Pentachi. Thank you, Millie. The facility proposal is in the city of Napa, and this is for renovation. The total proposed spots are 70. And 30 of those are infant spots, and 32 of those are new or preserved or preschool spots. The amount that she's requesting.
Were they new spots or preschool spots? I heard new and preschool.
Those spots are new preschool spots.
32
Those 32,
new.
yes, but
Okay.
there are 30 new infant spots. And I also have 8 new low-income spots that the California Avenue.
So that's a total of, so that's 70 new total spots.
72, yes, 70, correct.
So can you explain to me, if it's 70, how is it a renovation? Because that would seem that it's an existing facility, and so how is it new spots if we're under a renovation?
So, no, I
Or
think
perhaps we'll just, I'll pin that question for the applicant when you
and
get there, and we'll have you go through.
Nick Burton, who's also with the SPDC, has been working with them in very, very extensive detail, and so he's also here
Okay.
to speak to that.
Okay, perfect. We'll go on to the next one. Thank you.
So the third applicant is also by Millie Pentasi at Le Petit Elephant. This is an annex facility. So this is to preserve her existing facility. So she would be moving from, she would be staying in her current lot, but moving to another facility. It would be preserving the spots she has. So this is to preserve 128 spots. The amount that she's asking is for $450,000, and it's for renovation. It would be for 5 years. After that, Little Ivy LLC by Alex Mayers. The proposed location is in Napa. It's for renovation, and the total amount of spots are for 60 new childcare spots. Of those, 8 would be new infant spots, and 52 would be for market rate preschool spots. And so that application is proposing 60 total new spots. This is for a location which which Little Ivy currently owns, but needs assistance renovating it. So they're not asking to purchase the property. They already own the property. It's just for renovation assistance. The last 3 are home-based child care providers. Children's Adventure Home Daycare by Evelyn Mora Arenas is in the city of St. Helena. Her current facility is in St. Helena. Her proposed facility is also in St. Helena. She's proposing 14 child care spots. Of those, 2 would be new infant, 4 would be preserved infant, and 8 would be market rate preschool spots, for a total of 14 childcare spots. This one and one other scored relatively higher, even though it's a smaller home base, because they are in the Napa Valley, and that was something that the application gave some preferential treatment to locations that were in the Napa Valley, Up Valley, sorry. Yep. Yes, correct. The sixth application is Bohan Family Childcare by Kathy Ann Bohan. It's in Calistoga. It's a home-based provider. This is also at Valley. And the total proposal is 8 childcare spots. 2 would be new infant, 1 would be preserved infant, 1 would be new low income, and 4 would be market rate preschool spots for a total of 8 childcare spots. And that would also be for a term of 5 years. And finally, Navarez Family Childcare Home. Gabriela Navarez is here as well. It's for a home-based childcare facility in the city of Napa. This is to purchase the facility. The number of childcare spots is 13. And the breakdown is 1 new infant, 3 preserved infant, 3 low income, 3 preserved low income, and 3 preschool spots for a total of 13. Those are the 7 top applications that are being proposed today. The applicants, again, were supported quite a bit by primarily 2 organizations, of which the representatives are here, and they're, I believe, available to speak. The Nick Burton at SBDC is here, and he's could answer a lot more questions in detail about the applications themselves and how it would be financed, that sort of thing. And most of the applicants are here as well today.
Thank you. Supervisor Pedrosa?
Thank you, Daniel. That's a lot of numbers you were mentioning, so I'm going to ask some clarifying questions. When we started this, I was trying to remember what our objectives were, because we've been talking about this for a while. And what I remember, one was building capacity, but also creating more options for working families to have access to childcare. And I admit, my son goes to a Montessori school, and there's a tuition. I'm not interested in helping people like me. I'm interested in helping people that can't afford a tuition-based, childcare, so there is more accessibility to it. Are we doing that with this? Because when I look at preserving market rate, I commend people for wanting to be in this space, but they have an ability to build capacity by fees. So just walk me through kind of some of the real, tangible, accessible goals we're achieving here.
One of the goals as well was to create new and preserve low-income spots. And the definition of low income is a little bit nuanced. Because this is a federal requirement, the definition that the federal government uses for low income is much more stringent than what CRC uses, the Community Resources for Children. So many of the total amount of low income is, on the number is 40-something, 44 spots or so, but that's just using the federal government's definition of. If you under the total proposal, many of those who wouldn't count as low income under the federal government's definition would likely qualify under CRC's definition, because the federal government's definition of low income is much, much more low income than CRC's definition of low income. So what you're likely to see is that the numbers that we're proposing as low income is a very base level, smallest amount, but the actual number will be much, much higher. And Erica with CRC is here, and she could explain that a little bit better about the different definitions of low income and CRC's criteria for low income, because there are different things.
Got it. No, and I appreciate it. And maybe as we're hearing from kind of the applicants, you can crunch some numbers for me of how many truly are low income spots. And does that also mean tuition assistance? You don't have to do it just now, but maybe as they're coming up. Because again, I do want to support those that are building capacity for market rate spots. I think that's critical. But I think our original goal was to try to create accessibility for folks that can't afford childcare, which might, I think when we started this now, I'm remembering is during the pandemic, it impacted women at an unproportional rate because of the cost of childcare. So that was kind of one of the original thoughts. So if we're just increasing market rate capacity, that's not really helping working families. So I just want to be mindful of that. I still want to be supportive of this, but it was being about micro-focused. And then my last question, how many are we not funding, and do we know what capacity they would add if they were funded?
So at the moment, we've received 12 fully completed applications, and every few days, the applicants finish getting the rest of their documents. We're recommending 5 right now, so there are another 5 that have completed their application but aren't being proposed today.
Why?
In part because if we were to accept all 7 applications, the total amount of funding for this program as of right now is $3.8 million. So if you go through the staff report and add the various proposals all up, it equals exactly $3.8 million.
So how much more money do you need to fund the? I'm willing to make this parking lot as big as possible, just to be clear. And I'm not
It's
saying I'm
like
gonna-
made of gold
Yeah,
now.
I'm not going to say I'm going to do that. I just want to know what it is, because what you also illustrated, a lot of our city partners can contribute to this. This is not just a county issue. Our city partners can help. So if we identify the need, again, and maybe you don't have it right now, but I would hope before we are done today, you can tell us what the funding gap is to fully fund those proposals that are ready to go.
I'd have to go back and look at my spreadsheets, but yeah.
I'm
I
interested
could
in
do
that number. All right, thank you.
No, to chime in on that, I think that there's a couple of things that are worthy in talking about in this space. And I think when we look at what we hope to achieve here for childcare is one of them is equitable access. And what we don't want to be creating is low-income qualified exclusive child care centers. There needs to be integration of children, much like we have in our school systems. We have done this in housing. We have made great strides to be able to include affordable rate housing within market rate housing. This is and part of that is to be able to lift people up and to create a sense of community without regard to the income levels that may differentiate people and their backgrounds. While I understand the desire to want to hone in a bit more on creating low income and working class income spots for childcare, there needs to be a healthy mix for a number of reasons, for the advancement and betterment of the children that are being served, so that they all have equal access to high quality child care and early intervention and education. That's number one. That's the priority. The second one is no provider is going to be able to survive in a fully subsidized type environment for child care. So the economics of it, us coming in and stepping in with that additional fiscal support is to level the playing field and to provide access for all. And third, I think it is important that this really, we turn to those experts in the area through the consulting that has happened through SBDC to be able to determine what is the right level of child care spots and the delineation of income, and I do have confidence that the scoring has done that. I too am interested in knowing how much more we need to put into this system, but I do not want to get into a scenario of saying I am going to value one child care spot over another. They are all important. They are all necessary in order to provide the outcomes which we want, and that is for every family that needs a spot of child care to be able to have access to one, and for it to not delineated by income class. Supervisor Gregory.
Yeah, first, thanks, Mr. Sanchez. This has been a heavy lift for you, a lot of work on top of your other work. So thank you. Concerned a little bit about the structure of the RFP. I am concerned that if we act today, all the money is appropriated and we're effectively closed, yet we're still accepting applications. It just something doesn't feel right about the way we set it up. And the other is I feel like I need so much more information. And we'll get some now from all the applicants. Top of the list for me, affordability levels that we just discussed, new versus preserved. What are your plans for construction, knowing that the clock will be ticking? We have to spend it by December 26th. And so, is that date right?
I'll defer to Becky Craig, who might know a little bit more about the ARPA guidelines.
She's giving me a thumbs up. So when we commit to you, we need to know that you have the wherewithal to run what might be an application for building permit that can get complicated. So whatever you know about that at this moment would be great to hear from you. And then Ms. Lubinsky's back there, who I consider is our expert, who we should rely on heavily, and I'd love to hear from her at some point in the next little while about her thoughts on this. Thanks.
Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Sanchez. I think Supervisor Gregory summed it up nicely that you already have a full plate, and this is an important and still more to the workload. I want to turn to my three colleagues who were on the board who made the decision to spend ARPA funds this way and say thank you, because I think this was a great, it's a need we know about, but also walking out of our budget meeting yesterday, like this is a strategic way to spend those dollars, this one-time allocation. And I am interested in what Supervisor Perdoza mentioned, is if there's more demand out there, what can we do? Okay, the parking lot is getting massive, but these are the kinds of proposals, these one-time things that I think make sense. It was helpful for me to hear the history and what the initial goals were. In general, I will say, as the Up Valley supervisor, I know we need more spots in general, and we do have vehicles like St. Helena Preschool for All, which does do some subsidizing itself, so it could turn a market rate spot into a low-income spot. And your point too that, and we'll hear from Ms. Lubinsky about CRC's identification of low income, that will be helpful. But I will say, the reason it's called market rate is that there's a supply and demand methodology there that will of itself build out more. So I am interested in us focusing or prioritizing, as you've done, on these low income sites. So I'm happy to see the weighting that you have indicated. And a couple more things. Not only is this a strategic way to spend our money in terms of one-time funding, but also I think we have an opportunity here to learn from these applicants, and as they go through the process, if we are able to add more money later, we could improve our process and the way we do things. So I'm interested in that and want to hope that we can stay engaged with SBDC, because I think they've got the experience that we need, and so for them to report back to us on how these things are going too. And finally, just to touch on Supervisor Gregory's point about kind of the equity of if we are saying applications are still accepted, but we're out of money, I'm concerned about the message that sends. So if we're saying continue to apply, let's make sure there's some notice that says we've spent all the money we have at this moment. So part of me was thinking, why don't we say keep the application period open for another 30 or 45 days, but these ARPA funds come with a time limit. So I would like to see these things move ahead, and so things can get started and we're not holding people up, but really send out the messaging about where we are financially, so we're not giving someone false hope about potential funding.
Supervisor Gallagher.
Great, thank you, and thank you, Mr. Sanchez, for all the work and the report. I support the applications that you're recommending, and I believe we are getting about 73 additional infant slots, so that's actually really good work. And I like my colleagues, I do want to put additional funding into the development of additional slots because I know we need them, and there are people out there who are willing to provide them. And we are actually looking at spending, we're looking at capital improvements, et cetera, so we're not looking at something we have to sustain annually. I do think there was a little confusion around the timeline in the application, and I have to say that that's partly on us. We reviewed the application in April, and we didn't say to you, hey, if it's a rolling application, please make sure you explain what a rolling application is and how it works in the application. And we didn't say it's a deadline application. So, next time, absolutely, I would favor a deadline-driven application for the sake of equity. And we can certainly go ahead and say now that the first round of funding is closed, and that we'll open it up again when we've allocated additional funding and give a clear deadline. I do think it makes sense to make sure we look at those additional applications and see how many additional slots we can create, especially those infant slots. And if we're not using ARPA funds, we do have fewer restrictions. For example, the low-income definition and just other restrictions having to do with ARPA, so we'd have a little bit more room for more flexibility and creativity. And then I'd like to also make a plug for quality counts, and I'd like to find a way to assure that the applicants become involved in the quality counts program. It's a program funded by First Five and is primarily delivered by CRC. And that is a way to assure high quality in a variety of different child care settings. So, thank you.
That sounded to me like a motion to include that within the agreements of the applicants. So we'll leave that to staff. Supervisor Gregory?
Yes, real quick, I'd like to blend the ideas of Supervisor Cottrell and Gallagher. It's important we set the expectation, or let it be known that if we act on this today, that the money's gone for now, but maybe continue to accept applications for a hard date to 30 or 45 days, whatever makes sense. But if we do in the future look to, if we're happy with the way this is going and we look to find more money down the road, we'll have a better idea of the universe of need if we give folks a little more time.
Part of the challenge with the issue of the applications is that it was also hard to know what the demand for this program would be. We didn't know if we would get 3 applications or if we would keep getting 30 and continuing to get applications. So, but thank you for the comments, and yes, for the future we will be much more intentional about thinking through how we structure the closing date and all that sort of thing. So thank you.
Thank you. Those are all the questions and comments right now that we have from the board. So if we would start with the presentations that you have. And
I believe Nick Burton wanted to speak about the applications first.
Okay.
I believe he's ready to go.
Yeah, I'm Nick Burton with the Small Business Development Center. Mike, if you wouldn't mind making a quick intro statement, because you know him better than I do representing the SBDC, but I have a lot of feedback for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nick. Mike Bassane, lead advisor with the Small Business Development Center. Good morning, Chair Ramos and supervisors. I just wanted to say thank you so much for this opportunity to be involved as part of the administration of this program. It's critical. It's clearly helping many, and obviously there are a finite number of funds moving forward. We'd encourage you to consider perhaps a second round or second tranche at some point, albeit that's down the road. But we appreciate what staff has done, what Mr. Sanchez has done, and we appreciate the opportunity to participate in this process. I'd like to introduce Nick Burton, who is one of our advisors, who has done an outstanding job of delving into the detail with our applicants.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Supervisors, I'm Nick Burton with the Napa Solano Small Business Development Center. I also work with our Regional Finance Center, which covers the counties basically from Fresno all the way to the Oregon border. And they called me in specifically because I've become known as the daycare guy inside of our circles. And in fact, in 2023, I personally have helped over 100 daycares apply for $55 million in grant funding, excluding this program specifically. So I've had the privilege as a business advisor to work with some exceptional individuals that have taught me a lot about the operations of daycare businesses. So I can speak to the fact that we have approached this, not just helping them with the application. That was the easy part. It was running the numbers behind their applications. And my biggest concern going into this was to be able to get in front of the board and ostensibly Daniel to say, we need to deliver the highest return on investment for county dollars. And that doesn't necessarily mean, children, spots for children. It can mean what you determine as the highest return on investment. So I want to thank Daniel specifically. I have to say, working with a lot of authorities having jurisdiction, he's been fantastic. He's been responsive to every single one of our client requests, whether they were the smallest family child care home with 3 or 4 spots to the largest. So I sincerely appreciate that. I'm here on behalf of everyone who's not even they're not working with today, but 5 of the 7 applicants we have worked with closely, representing $3.3 to $3.8 million applied for. And I wanted to let all of you know that right now is just the start. This is like you issue the funds, now it's go time, essentially, meaning there's a tremendous amount of work that needs to be done. We're here to support our applicants through the process. That includes any use permits, construction that needs to happen. We have general contractors, architects, engineers, and even accounting and bookkeeping services, of which we immediately thought, wait a minute, why can't we grab 20 contractors in Napa and Solano County, specifically Napa, who don't do prevailing wage work, that maybe would provide slightly more affordable work because they're not a very large contractor, teach them how to do it so that they can work with these clients and maybe bolster the economy of not just our daycares, but other businesses within Napa. So that's another program we're working on. One of the things I would like to highlight here is that our applicants, I don't want to let the cat out of the bag for all of you, but there are some that were in danger of losing spots. So we have a difference in preserved spots to spots lost. And I didn't just accept their word for it. I independently vetted it out as their advisor, talking with their landlords, meeting with them to determine whether or not this is really true. And I can say, certainly on behalf of the 2 ones, Nature's Montessori and Le Petit Elephant, that they were definitely at risk. I also would like to commend and thank you for allocating ARPA funds to this. I can tell you right now that if my wife and I wanted to get pregnant and have a baby, we would need to go to our daycare providers 6 months before we went to our OBGYN because there's a 1.5 year waiting list for an infant. That's crazy. I couldn't believe it. Of all the daycares that I work with, in the municipalities, I haven't seen that. So the fact that you've identified that is excellent. We're here to support that and support your efforts there. So with that being said, I'm just here to, if any of you have any questions that are more technical, I'm here to support them and want to let you know that, again, it's on part of because of funding that you provided through ARPA to the SBDC that allows us to continue to provide these services. So I'm not here for a money pitch, but don't be surprised if we come back asking for some additional help. But we certainly want to prove to you what we're doing with those funds. So with that, I'll let you go to the next applicant or the next.
Thank you. We'll hear from Executive Director of CRC, Erica.
Chair Ramos and Board of Supervisors, first of all, I want to thank you for putting this initiative together. When we started advocating for this initiative, we did it 2.5 years ago, and if my memory serves me well, we asked for $7 million. So I hope that we can continue this work with the community and find some more dollars and some more funding. I know that in the pipeline, which we do have visibility to, we have at least one more project that's very promising. It's an infant center, I believe, in the city of Napa. And there's also a few other applicants in American Canyon. American Canyon is another area that really needs childcare, and oftentimes families end up driving to Novato or to Vallejo for childcare. So I appreciate your commitment. I think the words that we used with the previous board members was we wanted to have transformative change. We wanted to do something different and make a change in the system of childcare, and I think this definitely puts us in the right direction. I do want to take the time to answer the question about low-income slots. I think, first of all, as Nick mentioned, doesn't matter how much you can pay at this point in Napa County. If you have an infant, even if you're willing to pay almost $2,000 a month, you still cannot find childcare for an infant. You still are on an 18-month timeline. So food for thought there. I don't think we are just missing low-income slots on infants. We're missing slots, period. On the low-income slots, so the federal poverty guideline is $40,000 for a family of 4. The state guideline is $96,000 for a family of 4. So it's a huge difference. We do have funds from the state of California to provide childcare subsidies. In fact, unfortunately, Napa County is going to return about $1 million to the state because we haven't been able to use it, because oftentimes we have working parents, especially with infants, or working parents who need early hours of after hours, which I'm glad that we have some home-based childcare providers in the mix, because they are the ones who can serve, especially in our community. That's hospitality industry, that's agricultural workers that end up leaving that end up having to leave their children in childcare before our working hours. So we're talking about 5 a.m., 6 a.m. Those are home-based childcare providers who serve that industry, and weekends and weeknights, which we are a community that depends on hospitality. So that's really the difference. There is subsidy money for low-income families. We just need the slots to place them. And infants, we just need infant slots anywhere in the county, everywhere in the community. CRC is also proud and happy to support our childcare providers and be part of the initiative, and we're very grateful for that. And I'm happy to answer any questions as well.
Thank you. I think now, Ms. Sanchez, if we will hear from the providers. And again, if you can just highlight for the board your total number of new spots. As Supervisor Berryessa said, we've heard a lot of numbers today.
Hi, my name is Monica MacDonald, and I'm the owner and founder of Nature's Way Montessori School. First, thank you so much for this. It came at a perfect time for our school. We're in a position where I'm in a purchase to lease, or a lease to purchase for my property. And the owner's made very clear to me that if I can't purchase the property, he'll sell it to developers. We currently serve 78 children. Last year during COVID, we lost our elementary program, and we switched our entire program to be infant and toddler care with preschool. We currently have 48 infant toddler spaces and 30 preschool spaces. In 2016, we got approval from the city of Napa to do a 2,500 square foot extension onto our building. It was totally approved, but we lost funding because we weren't able to get a 10-year or 20-year lease from the owner. So it's just been sitting there. So when this opportunity came up, Daniel Sanchez and the Small Business Association helped me put this plan together that we could indeed purchase the property and get a loan to do this extension. So the extension will offer us up to 48 new spaces, which we are very, very committed to doing infant and toddler spaces for. I do want to address the equity issue within our program because we are a Montessori school. A lot of people feel like it's very elite. Tuition is very expensive, but we are committed within our community to 15% of our population to be low income. So in that, I do want to say we use CRC, but we also have internal scholarships that are often a lot less even than what CRC can offer us. That's part of it. I wanted to see if there was anything else I could address. I don't think so. Is there any questions for me that you would have? I do want to say 98% of our families are double working families. So we do serve double working families. So it's not as elite as you think it is.
Thank you. We do have a question. Supervisor Gregory.
Yeah, just a quick one. So you have 78 now, and you're saying this grant would afford you to add 48 spots?
That's correct.
So you'd be at 128?
That's correct.
At 126?
126.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next applicant.
Good morning, or
Good morning.
afternoon. We're almost there. Good morning, supervisors. Thank you so much, Chair Ramos, and all of you supervisors for this opportunity. This is the light at the end of the tunnel that I think a lot of childcare providers in Napa have been waiting for. So my name is Millie Pentacci, and I'm the founder and director of Le Petit Elephant Nursery and Preschool in Napa. Affectionately known by our community as LPE, so I'll refer to it as that from now on. I started LPE in 2015. It was the culmination of a lifelong goal for me to open a child care center of my own one day. I have my bachelor's degree in child development, my master's degree in child development. Basically, I'm trying to say this is my wheelhouse, and I'm so thrilled to be able to do this in Napa County. I opened the school for my own son, who was 15 months old the day we opened our doors, because I couldn't find childcare in Napa. And I thought I would do this later in my life, but here I am. And so we started with 24 infants, 7 teachers, including myself, and a big, huge prayer that it would work. And so now we are coming up on our 8th year in business. We have 50 infants in our care as of today, 78 preschoolers. And so that's 128 children in our care licensed. And of those, 17 are low-income subsidized spots through CRC or Solano Family and Children's Services, and even military subsidies. We also provide subsidized care for those who are, just like Monica said, that are not making too much money for CRC to qualify, but not enough money to be able to pay the tuition that we charge. We do charge a higher tuition than a lot of schools in town, but it's for the high quality care and the ratios that we're able to provide. And so we provide $88,000 a year so far for families to be able to afford our tuition. So we provide $88,000 a year in scholarships. Now that includes families and that includes our teachers, which is a huge piece that I think we need to address, is that there's a shortage of teachers in general in Napa County. Specifically in childcare, it's very difficult to find those who are, first of all, even qualified with the units that they're required to have to be fully qualified infant or preschool teachers, and then for them to be able to work at the rates that child care providers are able to pay. Because there is a cap on how much we can charge our families. There's a cap how much we can pay our teachers. So many of them are young women who have a passion for childcare and for education, but then they have their own child. And so where can they send their own child while they work in childcare? That's where I have taken it upon myself that my teachers receive, if they have a child and they cannot afford the discounted, teacher tuition, it's deeply discounted, if not free for them. So it's about $100,000 a year in that help that I try to give the community. That's money that we could make. That would be really nice for me to be able to purchase my own facility one day, but I feel like there's more important work to be done to access more families that would like to go to the school, but they cannot afford it. And so I'm speaking to the first application for you guys today, the 951 California Boulevard location. So when Becky first called for a meeting, 20 months ago, for the whole community to say, hey, we have all this money from ARPA, what do we do with it? It was truly a brainstorming meeting. I had gone out of curiosity because I didn't think anything could come of it for childcare, because we've never had anyone help us before. So this is a huge thrill for me. During that meeting, it came up that childcare is the gatekeeper of an economy, especially in Napa, where we're kind of an island, right? It's hard to get to here, and those who live here, work here, need childcare here. It's hard to travel outside of this 2-lane highway city to get to childcare. I had mentioned then, and it kind of has spiraled and turned into this wonderful meeting that we're at today. I know that the goal that we had set out to accomplish then, and like Eric had just mentioned, was to make the most transformative change to Napa's infant care. So the way I read that and what I've been working on for the past 20 months since that time is how many infant spots can we create for the least amount of money? Because that's what we need to do here. And so I stand here before you today to support and advocate for my application for ARPA grant funding in the amount of $750,000 in order to lease and renovate an existing building to turn it into a child care facility. This would create 30 new infant spaces and 40 new toddler/preschool spaces. So toddlers are 18 months to 36 months is the toddlers. Still counts as infants under 24 months. And this would include, at least 10% or more would be subsidized spots. I have no issue with providing care for those who need care. If they have a CRC voucher, that's fine with me. I don't put a cap on it for myself. So at least 10%, which is already what we do. For me, just like Nick said from the SBDC, this is the best bang for your buck if you do the math. $750,000 for 30 new infant spots is a very good deal, I think. We have obviously a dire need in Napa for childcare, and this location would be a new space providing spaces for those who are currently on a wait list or don't even know that they're going to need to be on a wait list. At this time, I have 31 families on my infant wait list that needed care between yesterday and tomorrow, basically. And we are full through August 2024 at this time in my current facility. The wait list grows every day, of course, and that's just the families that A, can afford to be on my wait list with the wait list fee, B, that can afford our tuition, or C, that can afford the parent tuition copay with a CRC voucher. So there's a difference between what CRC can pay and what the tuition is. Usually parents will pay the difference. If they can't, that's where I step in with the subsidized scholarship. It's probably the hardest and most heartbreaking part of my job to get a call from a mom where I can hear her little infant in the back and say, she's saying, I need a child care spot for my 2-month-old next month. And it's so hard for me to have to say, I'm so sorry. I recommend getting on the wait list, but there is just no space for you. And then they tell me, but I've called everywhere and nobody has space. And so you guys know how dire of a need this is. Let me see what else. Oh, my last thing is, I opened LPE back in 2015. Since then, so for 8 years now, I have been searching for a facility in which to open another child care facility. And there is nothing. I have been looking and looking. This is the first one that checks actually every box at 951 California Boulevard. So it's a building that is actually for sale or lease, in this case, lease. A landlord that's willing to allow a change of use to their property. Commercial zoning that exists already for the property, enough indoor space for classrooms and renovations to add toilets and sinks and all that's required by licensing, enough outdoor space to create a playground that meets licensing requirements for 75 square feet of play space per child enrolled. Needs to be located in an urban area that's accessible to most families, and it will need a use permit granted. So the landlord at 951 California Boulevard is eager and willing to have us come and renovate and turn it into a school. It's currently an office building. So these funds from you, hopefully today, $750,000 in combination with an SBA loan that I will attain myself, will be used to bring the existing building to licensing, fire, and building code standards. We plan to build beautiful classrooms and a shaded outdoor play area for the children, and we will be creating 15 new jobs for mostly young women in Napa County in a very convenient and accessible location. I thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Say it again, I'm sorry. Did I answer everybody's questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
The next applicant, please.
That's still me. So for my current location, So I am, for my current location, 2645 Laurel Street. Like I said, we currently have 50 infants and 78 preschoolers in our space. So I'm sorry, did I say how many would be in the last one? I did. So I'm asking for $450,000 in order to be able to renovate a building on our campus currently. We required these funds in order to preserve all of our spaces, all 50 infant spaces and 78 preschool spaces on our site, which includes, like I mentioned, 17 low-income/subsidized care spaces through CRC. Our landlord is unfortunately wanting some of our currently occupied space back for church use, and so we're being forced to either leave where there's nowhere else to go or to renovate a new building, a building existing on the campus to move into, which currently has no plumbing. So we can continue our operations as is uninterrupted. Without these funds, we will need to cease operations or find a new space to move into, which, like I said, does not exist. But the big ask, the reason I'm here today, is something that I need to ask for this application only, for the $450,000 to preserve the 128 spots. Another bang for your buck, I hope. Is that I'm currently in a lease with a landlord who has stated multiple times that it does not have any interest in helping me or Napa County grow or sustain or maintain childcare or availability. They're hostile to the idea of having a deed restriction placed on their property, as LPE is not their business and they have no obligation or desire to help this business. They will not accept a deed restriction on their property, I have asked, and they're very firm on this. They'd rather just see us shut down. So a deed restriction on a property that does not belong to the tenant is a big ask for any landlord, and it can create quite an imbalance in who can and cannot utilize ARPA grant funding if the applicant must own the land or the building that they occupy as a child care provider. So, and I'm aware that the rest of the applicants before you guys today are for providers who either already own the land or the building or both, and or are purchasing a space. I unfortunately tried, and my landlord laughed in my face. He won't sell it to me. So I don't have an option at this point to purchase a space, but I hope that that doesn't hinder me being able to get ARPA funds and have the deed restriction waived. So that is my hope and my official request for the board to consider me a waiver of the deed restriction for this application, so that I may move forward with operations and preserve those 50 infant spaces and 78 preschool spaces. It would be, we're the largest infant care provider in Napa currently, and it would be quite a tragedy for the families of this community if this small piece of red tape was to cause us to cease operations. Thank you so much for your time and for hearing me out.
Thank you. Next applicant.
I just have a clarifying question if I can.
Yes.
So on this property, can you control the property for the duration of the term?
Yes, if I'm able to get this $450,000 lease grant funding, then I will be able to sign a 10-year lease with 2 5-year options.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
30 seconds at a time. Regarding her first application, you immediately might wonder, why is she able to apply for 2 applications and asking for quite a bit of money? I can say that regarding the California Boulevard property, the landlord, it was a non-starter having a deed restriction, and there were multiple applicants interested in that property. Millie was the only one that the landlord would accept, that we had conversations with, because of her ability to personally guarantee that outside of that deed restriction, outside of the landlord's deed restriction. So she ultimately is taking on that liability. With your other application, they literally did laugh in her face. I was there at the meeting when they talked about whether they would be willing to sell the property or take a deed restriction. Another thing I wanted to highlight is that infant care specifically is by far the most expensive part of childcare. So just to let you know, you could have a 100% subsidized operation with no infants, taking all low income, and you could have that same operation taking 20% infants, and the subsidized operation would be markedly more profitable. So to let you know the fact that you are taking so many and those who are is a serious factor to be considered. Finally, I would recommend keeping applications open a little while longer in case there's issues with some of these, and we at least have qualified individuals that can step in if need be. So.
Okay, thank you.
Were there any questions?
No, we do need to move along, so if we could please go through the next applicants, and again, please remind us of how many new spots you're creating.
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. Thanks for having us. My name's Alex Myers. I'm with Little Ivy Preschool here in Napa. I'm a resident of Napa. I live in District 1. And thank you, Daniel, for being transparent and cooperative in this process, and to Nick and Mike from the SBDC and Erica at CRC for all the aid you've provided in this process. It's been invaluable. Little Ivy Preschool opened in 2018. We currently are full at capacity with 45 preschool-aged children. During COVID in 2020, we saw preschools closing around us. We had to close for a time, and we realized that we needed to ensure our long-term stability and find a second location, preferably in North Napa, where actually you probably don't know this, but if you cut north from Lincoln Avenue and west from the highway, huge swath of residences and very, very few childcare spaces. So we found a facility, it was a home on Linda Vista, at 4035 Linda Vista, for an expansion location, which is right in the heart of that quadrant of the city. And we acquired it with an SBA loan. We signed it in 2020 during COVID, wearing masks in a driveway outside with a mobile notary, and we thought it would be a pretty easy remodel and process. We just finished, actually, 2 years later, last month, we finished the permitting and entitlements process. So we do have a use permit in hand. We do have a building permit in hand. We're literally ready to start like in an hour if we have the funds available. And as you can imagine, these sorts of projects tend to snowball in their scope, and we thought it would be a quick, some bathrooms and carpeting, and it's rather substantial. The bids we have obtained, the price to do this project is between $950 and $1.1 million. We're only asking for $750,000 because we have the means to find the rest, and we wanted to make sure we didn't take more than we really needed. We're not asking for anything for Little Ivy. It's its own entity on Pine Street. It's a going concern. It's full. It's fine. But the expansion location on Linda Vista Avenue is going to create 60 new childcare spots. We've guaranteed through the ARPA process that at least 8 of those spots will be for infants. The reason that's a little light, the actual area of the building that will be allocated can support 16 children, but we just had some hesitation about making that promise, to the federal government and reporting it all. So we wanted to make sure we were staying very safe. So we're reporting creating 8 infant and 52 preschool spaces. The target to actually deliver is 16 infant and 44 preschool spaces. Similarly, with our application, we don't report to create any low-income spaces. That's not to say that we don't work with any low-income families. We work with quite a few, in fact, and the issue is the ARPA reporting again. We don't turn away CRC families. We generally have 5 to 10% of our enrolled student body is receiving aid in some fashion that would be low income for this area. It's just the federal reporting standards made it hard to make that promise. But we don't turn away CRC families pending space. Space is the limiting factor. And I can agree with Millie, identifying a suitable location for a child care center with the obstacles to the space requirements, with the obstacles to the infrastructure requirements, it's a near impossibility. And the fact that the applicants here today have those spaces available is rare and to be seized because they're fleeting. Not most commercial spaces have outdoor areas. Not most residential spaces have the indoor infrastructure or a community that in that neighborhood will accept a child care center. So it's very critical. So I want to thank you for your time to our application. And if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Thank you so much. We'll hear from the next applicant, please. And this applicant is going to provide her statement in Spanish, and we'll have Mr. Sanchez translate to the best of his ability.
Hola,
Bienvenida.
buenos días a todos. Gracias por la oportunidad de estar aquí. Mi nombre es Evelyn Mora y soy proveedora en la ciudad de Santa Elena. Vengo de la Ciudad de México. Hace 2 años llegué a este país y actualmente tengo un home daycare para 14 niños. La idea de poder tener una instalación más grande, requiero comprar una nueva instalación, ya que para mí es muy importante poder ayudar a las familias. Poder preservar espacios de cuidado infantil es un poco difícil por el espacio. Mi licencia no me permite más niños, más que 14. Y para mí es importante poder tener una instalación nueva y con más espacio, ya que pienso que los niños pueden desarrollarse de mejor manera. Podemos crear niños más sanos, más felices y poder preservar espacios para ayudar a todas las familias. Y estoy en la ciudad de Santa Elena. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Mr. Sanchez.
Yes. I'm going to read it from her perspective. She said, "Good morning and thank you. My name is Evelyn Mora Arenas. I live in St. Helena. I came here from Mexico 2 years ago. I currently operate a home daycare center and there's a need for a new house for a larger facility to be able to provide childcare for 14 children. Preserving is very hard, expanding is very hard, and I wouldn't be able to do that without a larger facility, without a new facility. The new facility will allow me to better develop healthier children and provide the needs of them and their families. And I'm in St. Helena."
Thank you. Supervisor Gregory?
Yeah, so you might query, Mr. Sanchez, so how many, are there new spots being created, or are any of them infants?
¿Cuántos de sus espacios son nuevos y de los espacios nuevos son infantiles?
4.
4 new infant.
Y también ayudo a familias de bajos ingresos.
We also help low-income families.
Any infants?
De esas familias de bajo ingreso, ¿cuántos son espacios para infantiles?
4.
4.
What's happening?
It's like the FTC broadcasting and weekly message going on. Muchas gracias. Te lo
Gracias.
agradecemos. Next applicant, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair Ramos and the Board of Supervisors. I'm Gabriela Narvaez, and I run and own Narvaez Childcare here in the city of Napa. And my application, so thank you, first of all, for the opportunity to apply, and thank you to the staff and SBDC for helping us out throughout this whole process and the changes that we've had to go through in this process. So I've been a child care provider since 2020, since COVID. I opened it up because my kids needed child care, and I had 2 at the time, and we came to our 3rd, and we needed child care, and so did my family. So my family brought my nieces and nephews to me, and that's how we began, got licensed, and then continued from there. I've had a total of 20 kids go through my house, including my own, so I'm still continuing with that. And for the most part, we start out as infants. For myself, I dedicate a lot of my time to infants. I've had an assistant with me since I gave birth to my son, and then I moved on to the toddlers and school-age kids that needed after-school care as well. And then we submitted the application looking to preserve, first off, the 7 spaces that I currently have. I was small at the time, so only 6 to 8 with my own children, and then my kids going to school from there. And then now I became a large, but the thing is there's not enough space to sleep 14 kids. So that's would be getting the money to be able to get a new facility, a new home that would be bigger, that would accommodate all these children. And that would be creating another 6 spaces. And that's in the infants, because a lot of my infants right now are a year old, and one of them that's becoming a 2-year-old. So you have to wait until those 24 months to be able to consider them a toddler. And so that until that point, you can't have the infant come in. So for me, my son's about to turn 2, so it opens up another spot on top of having a new assistant, which is a mother that wanted to get back into the workforce. So I took her on and bringing her daughter to work with her. So that's the way I help a lot of local moms get them back into the workforce, on top of working a lot more with CRC and foster care. So one of my touch issues is trauma informed and getting to work with those infants that need the extra cuddles and loves in that smaller home environment for them to want to be there and feel safe. So other than that, I mean, we had asked originally for the $500,000, and then because it was purchasing a new facility, it was for the $4,500. Staff recommended for us to be $250,000, but at $250,000 we cannot purchase a new home in Napa. We'd be looking outside, and we're not leaving Napa. So at this point, we're asking that for us to get the application at the $4,019,500, and not what's on the application itself right now. So we could be able to provide the facility that we would need to be able to fulfill those spots. And then, so yeah, the staff recommended the $250,000. That's on our application that you see today. But any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just provide one point of clarification?
Sure.
So I think it's important to note that when childcare providers run a childcare from their home, their max capacity is 14 childcare slots. That's a cap provided by licensing. And how many infants are able to have within those 14 reduces the ratio. So when we talk about new slots, it's really shifting the slots. If they're already at 14, which in this case the applicants are, they are talking about shifting the slots from the older ones to the new ones. But you cannot go over 14. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Do we have any other? We don't have any questions. Do we have any other applicants here to present? Okay.
I don't believe so. No.
Okay. Mr. Sanchez, so we have heard from a number of, let me go ahead and take public comment right now. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll close public comment, and I'll bring it back. Mr. Sanchez, we have heard from a number of applicants that are wanting changes to terms and other variances from what appears to be before us. Can you kind of summarize that and the recommended action from staff?
So the two that I heard potential changes, one was from the Petite Elephant to waive the deed for to waive the deed on the property that she is leasing. The purpose of the deed was to ensure collateral. It's not, to my knowledge, it's not an ARPA requirement. So, and I'll defer to Becky if she wants to say words on that. But to my knowledge, it's not an ARPA requirement. But we simply wanted to have a way of ensuring collateral. And so, to my knowledge, it's something that the board could choose to waive for a cause if the board decided to do that.
And is there an alternative? What is the alternative being proposed?
She would offer a personal guarantee of her assets, I believe.
And from councils and staff perspective, that is adequate?
It sounds adequate. We have not looked at all the paperwork, but happy to work with the CEO's office on that.
Thank you. Supervisor Pedrosa?
Thank you, Chair. Whether it's personal guarantee, to me, it's not really relevant. I think the important part is that if we're making an investment, that the facility continues to operate. So I think what I would be really interested in, Ms. Sanchez, is making sure there's a lease in place that for the duration of what we're asking for, that those child care spots will remain. I think that's paramount. Whether it's collateralized, personal guarantee is only going to get you so far. So to me, again, the assurance I'm looking for is a lease in place to match the duration of the terms.
Correct, and all applicants will be, and this one in particular as well, are going to be asked to sign agreements that in the case of both of Le Petit Elephant's applications, they would be required to sign an agreement for the term of 5 years. That is, that they would be providing those slots for 5 years. Anything over $1 million would be 10 years, and we only have one of those. So yes, they would be providing a minimum of 5 years of those slots.
And
Although the lease she had mentioned, Millie's mentioned, would be for 10 years.
All right, thank you.
Okay. And now for the summary, Mr. Sanchez, of the recommended action.
The other, if I may,
Oh,
the
yes,
other ask, we had recommended $250,000 for home-based childcare for each applicant for several reasons. One was to make it equitable to for all applications, to give all applicants the same number of funding of $250,000. So the other two applicants, Kathy Ann Bohan, who was not able to be here, and Evelyn, we are recommending for them to receive $250,000 as well, to keep them on the same amount. And that number also to make sure that it is within, well within the 50% of any purchase price of a house. So we wanted to make sure that the forgivable loan that we provided was less than 50% of the value of the property. So making it $250 easily ensures that, and with the expectation that the applicants who are looking to purchase a home would go out into the private market and get us another additional loan as well to do that. And so those were the rationale to keep it at $250,000. And at the moment, if we were to approve all of these applications, there would not be sufficient funds to meet that applicant's request.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Cottrell.
Yeah, thank you for that summary and kind of working through the details and some of the rationales. I had a question. If someone is purchasing a home for home-based care, are they eligible, or could they be eligible for an SBA loan because it is a small business at the same time as it's a home?
Yes, and to my knowledge, and Nick could probably give a lot more information, but to my knowledge, yes, they would be eligible, I believe.
Thanks.
It's actually extremely complicated. If it's a center-based location, which has a total separate set of permit requirements, they're eligible. If not, the SBA technically wants to see that you have a use permit to operate, and within certain jurisdictions here within Napa, you're not required to have a use permit. So it's a little chicken and egg with the SBA. We have to find the right SBA lender that would be willing to do this. So it's complicated.
Okay. I see no other questions from the board. We do have Supervisor Gallagher.
So, Mr. Sanchez, if you could just summarize that one again. So I'm just curious if, or maybe we need to ask Ms. Narvaez, if the $250,000 was approved, are they not going to move forward with an expansion unless it was more than $250,000?
Yeah, I'll defer to the applicant on the question.
Thank you.
So for that instance, to be able to become a large, we either need to renovate our current facility to make actual space, and we can do that. So we'd be asking for the $250,000 for a renovation of our current location, opposed to finding a new facility.
And
Thank you.
Gabby, that gets you the growth you were looking for?
Yes. Well, we'd have to build on. So yeah.
Okay. Supervisor Pedrosa.
Well, I really enjoyed hearing from everyone here today. You know, this is exactly, I think, what we envisioned when we started. You know, and to me, I'm going to support what we're doing today. You know, Daniel, I think this is an opportunity, though, to kind of come back and illustrate what the true need is and really look for partners in this. I think our city partners, not because we have a council member in the audience, but I think our city partners, the community foundation, you know, this is a community issue, and I think you have folks that would want to contribute to this if we create an awareness around the need. And the county has a responsibility to continue to fund this too, I believe. So I'm supportive of this. I really took to heart what Supervisor Ramos said about you just don't want to create low-income child care centers. You want to create a mixture. We do that with housing. The challenge I was having is we typically don't subsidize market rate housing when we do affordable housing, so this is a different concept. So trying to keep an open mind to how we do this. But I also want to encourage, those operators to continue to invest. You have an ability for those that can pay more, they should pay more. And if you take my money, take my money. But for those that can't, those are the ones that we want to try to reach the most. And I think that's what you've tried to capture today is how do you balance that? But I'm going to continue to focus on the working families that can't afford to pay a tuition. And to me, those are the opportunities that are before us. So I'm happy to make a motion at the right time, but I do want to challenge us to reach out to partners. We all have to be in this together, and I think we could actually make a meaningful difference in our community around childcare. So thank you.
Supervisor Gregory.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask and confirm that their worker proximity housing program can layer on, so they could use that for down payment assistance and then use this grant for improvements?
That is eligible, yes. Applicants have been notified. We have noted to applicants that they could use the proximity housing program on top of this. Yeah.
Great. And I want to echo what Supervisor Pedrosa said. I want to treat this as a pilot, that the county has the county's shown leadership and developed this as a pilot in my view. And down the road, when we know more about the universe of need and applicants, I'd expect that table in a few months to include, some other partners. County shouldn't be in this alone, and we'll do a lot more together. Thanks.
Supervisor Cottrell.
Yeah, I just wanted to make the point that I think a lot of important, but besides what we're able to do today in terms of the funding, I think a lot of important things have been said at the dais about where the board sees this as a pilot project, something we want to do more of. And so I'm happy we have our comms person here, Deputy CEO Dawson. So I'm hoping that we don't have our reporter here, but this is an important conversation that we want to get out into the community. And just to make sure that we're clear as a board on what we want the messaging to be on the website that says we're still accepting applications. We've allocated all the funding we currently have, or something to really set the stage so that we're not creating a false expectation, but we're also indicating if someone has a project, we want to know about it.
Okay. I did hear a motion from Supervisor Pedrosa.
Second.
Does that motion include
I'm
clarification
gonna go ahead
on
and summarize that? So it is to maintain the home-based child care grant awards at $250,000 as recommended by staff, to include the waiver of the deed restriction on the one applicant with a sufficient alternative to be reviewed by county council. Yes?
Yep.
Yes? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations to all the applicants. Thank you so much for being willing to be in this space with us. We consider you a partner, and we look forward to you setting an example of what we could possibly do in the future. Thank you. At this time, board, we're going to work through a few items to try and get through some of them. Next up is 13A. Mr. CEO, I don't believe we need to have a continuation of yesterday's hearings. Is that correct? Okay, so 13A is off the agenda. As we get settled, I'll go ahead and take another one. This is 13E, public hearing on CSA 3. The Director of Public Works and Auditor Controller requests the following pertaining to fiscal year 23-24 on County Service Area Number 3. This is for fire protection and street maintenance assessment for the district budget. At this time, I will open the public hearing. Staff is requesting that we postpone this public hearing to accept testimony on this until further consideration of July 18th, 2023. Ms. Craig, anything else to add?
Nothing else to add.
I will open public comment on CSA 3. Seeing none, I'll close public comment and I'll bring it back to the board, and I'm looking for a motion
So-
to continue.
I'll second, but just curious why we're not doing it now.
Because we are currently out for public hearing and comments on the levy itself.
Okay,
And so
got
that
it.
will be coming back on July 18th.
This is the district, board might recall that expired in 2022
Yep.
and in October, and so staff is doing the work for the reauthorization and the scope of that reauthorization, so we'll be back with it.
Got it.
That item is continued as requested by staff. Next, we'll take item 13B. This is a public hearing. The interim county executive officer and auditor controller requests the following pertaining to fiscal year 23-24 for the Napa Valley Tourism Improvement District budget. I will open the public hearing and I will ask staff to present on the items requested from us.
Thank you. This budget is found on page 428 for the Napa Valley Tourism Improvement District countywide. At this time, we are requesting a total appropriation of $9 million into Budget Division 28300 and for tentative approval and continuance to June 27th.
Thank you. I don't see any questions from the board. Do we have, we'll open public comment. This is public comment on the Napa Valley Tourism Improvement District. Seeing none, I'll close public comment and I'll bring it back to the board. The recommendation for budget is an intent to adopt an appropriation of $9 million in Budget Division 28300 and to continue this hearing to June 27th at 9 a.m. for adoption.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Gregory, or Director Gregory, and second by Director Pedrosa. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. That matter is continued. Our next item is 13C, Housing and Homeless Services, a division of the CEO's office. The interim county executive officer and auditor controller request the following pertaining to fiscal year 23-24 for county service area number 4, farm worker housing assessment district budget. At this time, I'll open the public hearing and I'll turn it over to staff. Not sure who's doing this one. Okay. Thank you. Take it away, Mr. Deputy.
I've got this one. This one begins on budget book page 427 for county service area number 4. County service area number 4 was formed in 2002 under the provision of Government Code section 25210.4H. It provides a mechanism for owners of land containing at least 1 acre of planted vineyards to approve an assessment currently not to exceed $15 per planted acre, which assists in providing housing accommodations for farm workers in Napa County. The assessment in the recommended budget is at $13 per acre for fiscal year 23-24. The proposed action is to adopt appropriations totaling $596,522 in Budget Division 28100 and to continue the item to June 27, 2023 at 9 a.m.
Thank you. I don't see any questions from the board. Oh, Supervisor Cottrell.
Yeah, I just had a question. Actually, this is just to help educate me about this fund. We're not using any fund balance this year, but in 2023 and 2022, we had kind of different things going on there. So can you help me understand the variation? Because I would think the goal would be a flat there.
Flat in regards to use?
Yeah.
Yeah, the timing of the revenues is one of the variabilities on this one. So all of the funds collected through County Service Areas 4 are transferred from this budget unit into Fund 5060 to support the farm worker operations. So the expenditures here is really just that transfer of how much the farm worker centers will be using. The revenues are based on the per acre assessment, as well as any changes or variability in the number of acres planted on any given fiscal year.
Got it. Okay. I think that helps me. Thanks.
Okay. No other questions at this time. I'll open public comment. This is public comment on the budget for CSA number 4, the Farm Worker Housing Assessment District. Seeing none, I'll close public comment and I'll bring it back to the board. The recommended actions before us are an intent to adopt a total appropriation of $596,522 into Budget Division 28100 and to continue this item for full adoption on June 27th at 9 a.m.
So moved.
We have a motion by Supervisor Gregory, a second by Supervisor Pedroza. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Our next item is 13D. The Director of Public Works and the Auditor Controller request the following pertaining to fiscal year 23-24 for the Napa County Community Facilities District of 2012-1 MST Milliken Sarko Tulake for the budget. At this time, I will open the public hearing and I'll turn it over for staff for the two recommended actions.
Thank you, Chair. The budget for the MST CFD can be found on page 434. At this time, staff is recommending a total appropriation of $745,725 in Budget Division 28,700 and a tentative approval with continuance to June 27th. And staff is here available for any questions.
Thank you. I don't see any questions from this board. At this time, I'll take public comment. Public comment is now open on the Napa County Community Facilities District 2012-1 MST Milliken Sarko Tulake. Seeing none, I'll close public comment. I'll bring it back to the board for discussion direction. The recommended amount for us of total appropriations is $745,725 in Budget Division 28,700 with an intent to adopt and to continue this matter to June 27th at 9 a.m.
So moved.
We have a motion by Supervisor Gregory, second by Supervisor Gallagher. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. By my records, I say congratulations to our budget staff. We have made it through the general fund, all non-operatings, and all special districts. That brings us to the conclusion of our items today. I am going to go ahead and exercise some privilege, and given how much we've added to the parking lot, I'm going to suggest no additional future agenda items for the board to add, because I think we have added enough for our staff. Do we have any committee reports or announcements from the board? I don't think anyone has the desire right now to share more after the 2 long days we have had. And I will just end with saying deep gratitude to all of our staff, especially to our interim CEO and to our assistant CEO to help us, and to our Director of Human Resources to getting us to this day, to the appointment of our new incoming CEO, Ryan Alsop, and we are excited, looking forward to it, and everyone has a well-deserved adjournment from these 2 days of budget, and we will see everyone. We are now adjourning to our Board of Supervisors regular meeting on Tuesday, June 27th at 9 a.m. We are adjourned.
Flow control.
Recording stopped.
Don't forget about flow control. I know you do. right, welcome to today's meeting of the Flood Control and Water Conservation District. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Chairperson Ramos, or is that not Chairperson Ramos? Director Ramos. Director Pedroza.
Here.
Director Painter is excused. Director Moeller.
Here.
Director Lopez Ortega.
Here.
Director Garcia.
Here.
Director Gallagher.
Here.
Director Doring.
Here.
Director Cottrell.
Here.
Vice Chair Sedgley.
Here.
And Chair Gregory.
Here, thank you. Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We're on to approval of minutes. It's our last set of minutes from our May 2nd meeting. Any public comment on our minutes this morning? Ms. Nurlove, we're on our minutes. Any comment on our minutes? All right.
So move, Sedgley.
Thank you.
Second, Moeller.
Motion by Vice Chair Sedgley, second by Director Moeller. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That passes unanimously. All right, no presentations and commendations today. We'll go on to consent. There are 5 items, items A through E. Any questions or wishes to pull an item from the board? Any public comment on our consent calendar today? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve, Garcia.
Thank you.
Moeller seconds.
Motion by Director Garcia, second by Director Mueller. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you. We are on to public comment. This is time for public comment and anything not on our agenda today but within our jurisdiction. Any public comment? All right. Seeing none, close public comment for today. And we'll jump straight onto our main event, which is our budget for next fiscal year. And Mr. Thomaser.
Good afternoon, Rick Thomaser, District Manager, and
I'm Sarah Geis, the Flood District Analyst.
so what we have for you.
1 moment, Chair, do you want to open the public hearing?
Oh, yes.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'll open the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. So what we have for you is the proposed budgets for fiscal year 2023-2024. The district's budgets are divided along 2 funds and several divisions and subdivisions, and your agenda report has a variety of spreadsheets that look at various levels of details with the budget. What I'll do is I'll go over it at the division level, and then if you have any questions, there's also within the staff report there is an outline of each of the divisions and subdivisions, as well as highlights of last year's accomplishments and our proposed actions for the coming year. So we can take, after we lay this out, we can take questions and feedback on any of it. So for our Fund 8000, we have 5 divisions. Watershed Projects, Division 80005, with proposed appropriations of $5,063,201. Our Flood Control Division 8010 is proposed appropriations of $22,585,180. The next 2 divisions are where we hold their special revenue accounts, where the Measure A funds that remain from the Measure A tax are held. The first one being 80011, the Flood Project special revenue account for Measure A. That is $21,700,717, and basically that is the Measure A funds that would support construction of the flood control project. And then the second special revenue account, 80012, flood project maintenance, is a special revenue account holding the maintenance funds, and we were proposing appropriations of $634,463 in the coming year. Division 80015, water supply contracts, we have proposed appropriations of $13,117,311. And then our Fund 8010, Division 80100, the Oakville to Oak Knoll CFD, proposed appropriations of $104,010. And with that, I can take any questions on the proposed budget.
Any questions? Not seeing any now. Is there more to your presentation? Unless there are questions?
Yeah, unless there's questions, no.
All right. Is there public comment today on our budget? All right, seeing none, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board for discussion, questions, or a motion. Thank you.
Moeller will second.
All right.
Third time in a row.
It's a motion by Director Pedroza, second by Director Moeller. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That passes, or opposed? Abstentions? That passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any district manager or engineer report?
Maybe just a little update on the flood project. We have completed the 35% design. It was just delivered from our consultant to us, and we are sending it over to the Corps of Engineers. They're finally getting going on review. We'll be holding a public review of that probably later in the summer, maybe in late July, to receive any public comments on that. So moving the design right along. And that's probably about it.
Okay. Will there be an opportunity for the public to review the 35% plans prior to the meeting, or it'll be unveiled at the
we
meeting?
Can, yeah, we would probably put them on like the website so people can see them first and then get any questions they have together.
That'd be good. All right, anything else to report?
Not that I can think of, no.
That's it.
Chair, I'd like to redirect your attention to item 9 to continue the final budget hearings to June 27th.
I'll clarify my motion reflected that.
Okay.
Just
Yeah, I did assume your motion reflected all 3 requested staff items.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Glad to have that on record. Okay. Yeah, Director Garcia.
Yes, the North Bay Watershed Association met last Friday. It's all right, don't worry. It's getting closer. Look, we're gonna
rewind the tape.
I was just at my agenda to stop it up.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
We heard every word you said.
Hello. Now they met at San Rafael, and it was a very good environmental presentation on the Sacramento Delta. What historically it was before people came, the Europeans came, and the impact of all the farming on the area as well. There's an effort to identify what areas can be preserved, identify certainly its vulnerability to sea level rise, because it is. And the presentation also said the continued farming would be, best use would be rice farming. It has a lot to do with carbon sequestration and benefit from that. So that was more at the academic level, but certainly a very thoughtful done by some environmentalists from the universities. Second piece was the San Rafael, if you're familiar with, there's an area called the Canal District. It's the most vulnerable area in the Bay Area to flooding, sea level rise. And certainly with king tides and atmospheric rivers, they did have some this last winter. So there's the, what's it like if it's a 1 point and a decimal number sea level rise? What is it, 6 foot? What's it at 9 foot? Good part of that community would be underwater. It's 14,000 residents. Many years ago, I was partner in a Spanish language news magazine, so I'm familiar with from that area. Of it is probably 12,000 are Spanish speakers. There's 1,800 are Vietnamese speakers in that area. So one of the issues they're trying to do is how do we communicate with folks what the impact is, what possible solutions are that they could reach. And I think they're doing their best to restore and salvage, if you will, part of their wetlands habitat along the edge of the city. But if we take a walking tour along the bank of the levee there, you can see just the water is 6 feet. It'd be over the top, I would think, certainly at 9 feet. And video of street flooding during last winter's rainstorms. So it's just, you know, it's a few inches of water appears to be in most places, but you can see the impact down the road. So it was a good conversation. Videos will be available, and I will pass them through to the chair for those who might be interested in it. Thank you.
Thank you for representing us at North Bay Watershed Association. Any other director reports?
You don't want to revise your remarks?
Just edit the audio.
Any future agenda items for the board? All right, seeing none, we will adjourn now to our next meeting, which will be on June 27th for final adoption of the budget. We are adjourned.